Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, I'm glad that you're tuned in and you're watching Afrique 24-hour TV. Welcome to today's show. I think I do believe that you are safe because a lot has happened for the last 2 days, and specifically for those people who are in areas that have been affected by rains. It's really raining throughout the country. So the major towns and the most affected town is Nairobi City County. And the people in Nairobi, I do believe and trust that you people have gotten some safe places because yesterday and today, so many things have been paralyzed, starting with the transport, major roads closed, and people displaced, properties destroyed. And I'm really sorry for the people who've been affected. For example, the ones in Madare, you've seen what happened. Both children and their parents on rooftops go to places like Embakasi South. Those are places of Mkuru Kwanjenga, a pipeline, Mara Daima, Kitengela. It's flooded almost everywhere. So I believe and pray that we are safe. And I pray that the authority and the people concerned are going to ensure that our safety is paramount. So karibuni sana kwa show ya leo. Of course, welcome on board. And if you're joining me for the first time, I kindly start by subscribing to our channel, that is Afrique 24-hour TV. And if you're joining me in this show, there are so many ways that we can interact. We can get connected through the comment section, and you can also use the link that I'm going to share that will direct you to the studio so that you can be part of these conversations. I'm going to share the link on the comment section. You will use the link and join the studio. But alternatively, if you don't want to join the studio or physically or online, then what you can do, you can make use of the comment section to ensure that you type your messages there, your concerns, your questions, and also be part of this conversation. Of course, I'm joined and I'm going to be joined by several panelists who are also going to take part and participate in this great conversation as we try to connect you with African stories. And we are not only going to connect you with stories, but we are also going to try and come up with solutions to the problems that we have, as we also try to ensure that we shape the conversation and advice on what we think is not being done right and should be done right. This is Afrique 24-hour, our open political live talk show that comes on your screen every day. And of course, we are also having other programs apart from politics that will suit your viewership needs. So if you want to know more about the programs that we have, kindly go to YouTube and search for Afrique 24-hour, subscribe to our channels and enjoy what we've posted there. Karibu sana once again, and ensure that you subscribe to our channels. There's a lot that is lined up for today. And today, first of all, we are looking at the situation that we are having in Nairobi and other major cities. We're not going to specifically talk of Nairobi, but we know there are so many towns, cities, and villages that are affected. But we start with Nairobi because this is the capital city of Kenya. This is the throne of power where all our headquarters, including the diplomatic headquarters, are based. What we've seen happening in Nairobi, of course, after getting greetings from some of the panelists who've joined me, I'll take you through what has been taking place and the responses that have been given by the government. That is why we are asking today, is the city flooded by accident or by default? We know earlier there were reports, or there was some information or some warnings by the meteorological department that we're going to have El Nino, and all the 47 counties were told to prepare for it. Money was set aside, what is called the disaster management funds. Committees were set aside. So the questions that Nairobians and Kenyans should be asking, was the response given proper, or the people who are supposed to respond did not respond appropriately? So first of all, allow me to introduce and bring on board the gentlemen who joined me tonight for this candid conversations. I'll start from my right. I have Mr. Kevin Wasonga. So Wasonga, karibu sana. You can say hello to Kenyans before we proceed with this conversation. Mr. Wasonga, can you hear me? Move closer to your microphone. I can't be able to hear you. Wasonga, right. Maybe if you are still struggling to join, Mburu, are you in a position to say hello?
Yes, Mr. Leo, I can hear you loud and clear. Yes,
Okay.
How are you, viewers? You are most welcome in today's show as we deliberate on what is going on in our country, Kenya. So let's proceed. Stay tuned.
Thank you so much, Amburu. I don't know if Wasonga has managed to connect, but if he haven't managed to connect, well and good, we'll proceed and we'll get to him immediately or once we are able to connect with him. Of course, there's a lot that we are going to look at. There's a lot that is happening in the country, not only the floods that are happening in Nairobi and the entire country. Of course, even almost all the major cities are experiencing floods, and the different departments are responding to floods. So first of all, I just want to take us to Nairobi, where the governor had to give an address concerning the ongoing floods and maybe some of the measurements that he put in plan to ensure that Nairobians are safe. And just to report that today there's so many people who lost their lives. For example, there are 3 bodies that were retrieved in Madare Valley slums. That is after the floods that happened yesterday. We also saw people being rescued in different places. We saw roads being closed simply because they were not passable. So let me just take you to Nairobi, and we can get some of the message that was given by the governor on how he is responding and what plans he have to ensure that people are safe.
All private service providers of garbage and solid waste management to ensure that all waste is taken to the Dandora dump site. Wale watu wote ambao wanachukua takataka, zile kampuni za kibinafsi ambao wanalipwa na wananchi, wawache kutupa takataka kwa illegal dump sites ambazo hazijakuwa designated, wapeleke takataka yao Dandora. Wale ambao watapatwa wakikiuka, kwa mfano kule English Press, kule Diamond ambapo tumefunga, leseni zao zitafutiliwa mbali na magari yao yatashikwa. Those who go against that directive will have their licenses, the PSP licenses, cancelled forthwith and their vehicles impounded immediately. The clearing of the structures begin immediately as we speak. That's why I have all the CSCs and chief officers here, and the national government. We have the police to help us. Where the structures need to be cleared, they must be cleared, no matter whose it is. And that's why I have thanked those in the informal settlements have been more cooperative. But those higher up in Kileleshwa, in Lavington, in Kilimani, we will just have to use force, unfortunately, because it is about saving lives. And so we're going to do that. We have to provide for these people in the interim. So we are putting together food supplies, mattresses, blankets, dignity kits, hygiene kits, and sanitary kits for the women, emergency drugs, water purification tablets, and also education support, because our children must be able to go back to school when schools open next week. The meteorological department has told us that the rains are going to continue, and so we urge people not to wait to be moved, but to actually move themselves. Tafadhali msingoje kusongeshwa. Kama pali huko jana kulinyesha, unafikiri leo ni safe, leo labda mvua itakuwa zaidi. So usisubiri kusongeshwa. Jameni, watu wasonge mahali ambapo wameelezwa na wale sub county admins, assistant county commissioners na deputy county commissioners ambao wako hapo. Na pia tunahimiza watu wetu wafanye kazi na viongozi. Tuna MCAs ambao wako kwa wards, tuko na wabunge. Hawa wabunge wote na MCAs wanawajali. So ukiwaeleza msonge sio kwa nia mbaya, lakini ni kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunanusuru maisha yenu ili muwe sawa sawa. We've deployed more personnel from the shifts of the Green Army to ensure rigorous and blocking continues in all the 17 sub-counties, and we've moved the machinery to critical areas. All the emergency response teams, including Nairobi Water Company, our health, wellness and nutrition, mobility, disaster management, have been deployed to these areas to provide the necessary support. Tumepiga marufuku excavations kwa sites, all sites, especially those along riparian areas, with immediate effect. All excavations along riparian areas and all excavations of buildings, especially those that have gone close to their neighbors. All excavations have been stopped forthwith because the structural integrity of the buildings cannot be assured at this time. We have also halted all pending development approvals. All building development approvals have been halted for now until we're able to review all those that have been issued and that are continuing across the city.
Now, there is the executive, which is in the national government, and I appreciate them very much. I am informed right now as we speak that there is a meeting ongoing by the deputy president understanding the riparian sustainable efforts and framework. And they are thinking of how to create commissions which are going to work around this riparian Nairobi water. We appreciate that effort because we need some people also to read and, kizungu mingi kuje. But I want to tell them that we live in Nairobi. My life is ghetto. And as well as they are talking about those beautiful things in Karen, we are in the practical field. Hiyo yao ni theory. It is academic. So they should put aside those good papers and come and be with us first of all. We want to see their faces. We want to see how much a deputy president empathizes with us. Just the fact that he knows that we are in problem. We are not asking for much. Some of us, we have consigned to our fate where we live in our socio-economic environment. But still we are human beings. We just want you to be there, not give us money. But the fact that you're saying, boss, I am your voter and I feel for you. That is all we are asking. That is all we are asking. His Excellency, we want to thank you for responding immediately that we called your office. You yourself came, and I do not know if the pictures are getting his boots. I was like that in a few moments. I just had to repair myself to be able to be presentable to the public. But this is the leadership we want. And I want to call on our leadership, wherever they are, all of us, that in this time of disaster, when
All right, I think you can be able to see some of the images. That was the governor who was addressing the press after visiting Mathare. Mathare is in the affected part is in the parts that are in Ruaraka constituency, and part of it is also in Mathare constituency that is led by this Wakili Anthony Olwach, and the other side of Ruaraka, the MP is the one you've heard speaking there. That is TJ Kajwang. And you've also seen Governor Sakaja. It hit the entire Nairobi, not only the slums, but even the suburbs. You can see that. Yeah, so that is the state of what is happening in our capital city, and people are really, there's some who've been assisted and there's some who are still, yes. Kennedy, you can mute if you mind. Thank you. Thank you. So Kevin Masonga, I gave you an opportunity to say hi. I think you're not able to connect. Maybe I can start with you just to say hello before maybe we look at this conversation.
Okay, thank you very much, Leo. This is Kevin Masonga. Tuning in for this particular debate. Flooded city, it's a very strange statement for us to read in our television. But all the same, what we will soldier on, what we will debate about is just good governance. How can we create sustainable cities for our communities, for the development today, tomorrow, and the future, 100 years, 200 years to come. So when we see our city getting down, it's a main concern that calls for our concerted effort, and just to jog our minds and see what can be the best for our city. Nairobi is a big city, and it's holding so many international offices, and so many Kenyans and East Africans and Africans as a whole, they are living in Nairobi. So it's a big concern. It's a major, major concern for majority of us. Thank you.
All right. Masonga, welcome, Kennedy. Kennedy, if you can hear me, just unmute and say hello, and maybe tell us where you are joining from, and feel free. I think the first time I'm welcoming you at Afrique 24 Hour. Of course, this is a platform that gives an opportunity to interact with Kenyan politics, have some candid discussion geared towards bringing a positive change in how our politics is run. We, of course, advocate for good governance, and we are providing also what is called civic education to the voters, so that whenever they go to make that critical decision or to participate in that important democratic activity of voting, they not only vote leaders based on what the leaders have given them, or they not only vote leaders based on their faith or based on their last or first names, but they vote leaders who are going to be true to the task that is ahead of them. So karibu sana, and feel free to give your opinion and your views while here at Afrique.
Thank you so much. It's Kennedy. I'm joining from Siaya Sembo. This is my first time to join you. I'm looking forward to a very candid discussion on that.
All right, thank you so much. Of course, feel welcome. We're also having Masonga here on the other side. That is Jeff Mburu, and of course, I'm Leo Nyabaya. So I just want us to start this conversation. You've seen what is happening in Nairobi. You've seen what is happening in your county, for example, in Siaya. We saw what's taking place in Kisumu, Mombasa. If you go to all these counties, you'll find that there's a disaster. But if you look at the level of response that has been given, basically you won't get satisfied. So maybe the question that I'm going to ask, do people think that our counties are really prepared for disasters? Because these are rain that have just rained for 3 days, and already most of the counties are overwhelmed. Are they really prepared for this disaster, or we are not yet there? So Jeff, maybe I'll start with you. Do you think that our counties, irrespective of which county, do you think that they are prepared for disasters such as the one that we're having currently?
Thank you so much, Leo. I wasn't so much settled, but now I am. Yes, I wanna say just some few things, and somebody needs to mute the mic. I don't know where the noise is coming from.
I'll check on it, don't worry.
Yes. First of all is to condole with the families that have lost their loved one. I was listening and I was watching. We have lost over 50 people right now through the
Yeah.
floods in Kenya, which is a bit unfortunate. But I want to say this, that in most cases, we, not just in Kenya, in Africa, we don't take disasters seriously. And that's why we don't plan for disaster. And you know, these disasters, they are not known when they are likely to strike. And when they strike, they cause a lot of damage to our roads, to our houses, and loss of lives, which is very, very unfortunate. And I want to say this, the fortunate bit about these disasters is that, especially in Kenya, we don't have many of them. We only deal with floods to a larger extent. We don't have the hurricanes. We don't have the tornadoes. We don't have earthquakes. So we are only dealing with floods. So all what we need to do is to put down a competent disaster management team, and we fund those teams, and we do what we are supposed to do. Sometimes we don't even factor disaster like floods when we are laying down the sketch for the infrastructure. Like now, Rio, I was watching around Kahawa. On one side, there is the wall for the barracks.
Yeah.
On the other side, there is the wall for the road.
Mm.
Now, where do they expect the water to go? You know, so we don't factor these things when we are building our infrastructures. And sometimes we don't even care much when, especially when we have floods. When we have floods, I have seen people trying to cross the roads when there is a lot of water. Even drivers risking, driving the passengers through such kind of roads. Sometimes even crossing the rivers when they are flooded. So there is government responsibility, but also there is our own responsibilities as a people, as citizens of Kenya. Let us be very careful.
Yeah.
Let us know that water is very dangerous. When there is floods, don't try to play around with water. It is very dangerous. So let us take our responsibility. Let also the government be quick to respond. So we are supposed to, because I have been here in America for quite some time and I see how they respond. Because disasters happen anywhere across the globe. But how the government responds depends on how many people will be saved. So let us always know that these disasters will always happen. The only problem is that we don't know when. And because we don't know when they are likely to happen, we are supposed to always have those teams. We sustain them. And during this other time when we don't have disaster, let them be checking those drainage systems, be checking how the houses are being built, how the roads are being built, to make sure that they factor the aspect of floods, because we don't. We are somehow careless. We are somehow careless. When we are building houses, we don't think of what about the floods. When we are building the roads, the houses, and everything, we don't factor the drainage system. And sometimes we have these drainage systems, but we don't clean them also. So many things, so many factors cause these things to happen, and we end up losing our roads, we end up losing lives, which is very, very unfortunate. Thank you, Leo. And somebody is having a lot of noise, which is distractive. If there is noise where you are, please put off the radio, put off the mic, whatever, or you can just switch off the mic so that other people can be in a position to concentrate.
I think the muted or...
We are good. I am done. I want you to give to another person.
Thank you, Mbura.
Thank you. Of course,
I was to follow you on this.
Okay.
Kindly, Leo, unmute whoever hasn't muted his mic.
I've done it. Just proceed now. It's okay.
Okay, so we are dissecting the floods in the city, Nairobi City, which is a very concerned topic for everybody. And I'm happy today there is somebody from Assemble, the West Assemble ward, I believe. And if not West Assemble, then that could be East Assemble. I come from West Assemble, and we've been talking about bad governance. And today we are going to dissect about these flood issues in the city, which can, of course, go even into the villages. So there are different theories in terms of urban planning. We have quite a number of them. I must have studied some of them in my postgraduate level, and that is what we are actually missing in the Nairobi city. These drainage systems have been bypassed by the leaders, current and previous leaders of Nairobi city, and worse enough during the Sakaja's era. It's completely forgotten. In one of the videos where Sakaja is talking about the garbage collection, it's not all about garbage, but then what is the proper means of solid waste management? There's the Dandora dam site. We have on the side, of course, water doesn't come from Nairobi only, but even to its environment, it environs. We talk of Ngong, talk of Kiserian, talk of Ongata Rongai, all these places, all this water goes into Nairobi city. So this is actually one of the worst times that Nairobi has had in terms of the flooding, but it's all about because there is poor drainage system in the city. How would a capital city hosting international organizations, offices in East Africa, Africa, and the entire world seeing this kind of mess? And as Plato says that the best leader should be well-informed and well-educated, these are the things we were talking about Sakaja. We were questioning about his credibility, about his, it was really questioned. So it's something that we cannot lower down. We just have to talk about the incredibility of Sakaja, his incompetency. He has failed to do what is required of him. And now people are dying. So far, we have data of 49 people who have perished out of these floods. And believe me not, we are yet to experience more deaths in the city of Nairobi. It's a big scam for us, and we just have to dissect it and see the way forward. There, in our previous debate, we were talking about poor governance, but then if you look at how we take these issues, we talk about them, but there's poor implementation. So that is really something that we just have to talk about and see the way forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, our Songa. As I also take this opportunity to welcome Boniface, karibu sana. Of course, I think you are in Nairobi or close to Nairobi. You've seen how floods are, and you have some first-hand information. I do believe and hope you're okay. I expected to see you joining the show from the top of the roof, the way I saw people walking on top of the roof, or maybe inside the boat. So, karibu sana. This thing have reminded me of the census that was done in 2019. I was in Nairobi, and the enumerator asked me several questions. And one of the questions I found insultive and funny was when he tried to ask me that, okay, do you have boats? Then I was like, how dare you ask me for a boat in Nairobi? So today or yesterday, I came to understand why or the relevance of the boat that I was being asked in 2019 when I saw. So Boniface, karibu sana. You can say hello and.
Thank you so much, Leo. Good evening from Nairobi, Kenya. I can see Kevin, I can see Boru, and the other gentleman there. Yeah, doing well. Nairobi, we are doing well, but again, we are very much blessed by a lot of rains. You know, when it rains, those are blessings that comes from God. So we are blessed by rains, and we are thanking God for that. But again, due to poor drainage system that we have in our county, then a lot of people are suffering because of this rain, and most people are left without homestead. Others have been displaced, while others have perished because of the floods that we are experiencing. I have just seen what is happening along the Thika superhighway, what is happening in Ruaka, what is happening in Athi River. A lot of people there have been suffering because estates, even estates, they have been flooded. It means that this rain is in plenty, and we thank God for that. But again, the county needs to regulate the drainage system so that we can have smooth flow of this county. The roads are flooded. You can see the matatus whereby people are even using boats to cross the roads because the roads are so flooded. But again, we need just to know how the county is trying to regulate the kind of drainage system that we have in this county because things are so tough. Counties in Machakos, Nairobi, Homa Bay have been suffering by this kind of floods. But again, I don't want to hear people complaining about this the rain because we have been praying for rains for a long time. So if we get the rains, then we have to know how to handle it in the right way because you can regulate the drainage. You can also get houses in places whereby the floods are not familiar with it. So what I can say is that we are blessed, Nairobi, but again, the rains are so in plenty. So up to now, we are experiencing rains. They are still coming. We can see the clouds in the sky. They are very nimbus clouds. For those who went to geography class, they can understand what is nimbus clouds. We have the cumulonimbus, nimbus, and the cirrus. But when you see nimbus clouds, then you definitely know that you are experiencing a lot of rain. So we are good, but again, we need to know how are we preparing for this kind of rains. This is the real El Nino we are experiencing. If it is raining in Machakos, I am from Ukambane, and if we have rains in Ukambane, then I can assure you that we have rains everywhere because it rains rarely. We experience cars, but again, the weather is changing because for the last 3 seasons, 5 seasons, the rains has been there, and we are still having a lot of food from the farms. So we are blessed. Thank you.
That get you. Can you hear me? Oh my goodness. Am I audible? Shit. Can somebody hear me?
Leo, you are loud and clear. You are loud and clear. I can hear you.
I'm loud and clear. No.
Please go ahead.
Okay. There's this gentleman, Kennedy Osiga. I don't know. Oh, okay. He's also having problem with connecting, but I do understand. You know, when he trains, and if you say he is joining from somewhere in Siaya, if the same problem affects people who are in capital cities, then I don't blame him. I've heard people say it. Okay, the rains are coming. So the question I'm having. When the meteorological department said that there's going to be heavy rainfall, and it, of course they predicted El Nino, we saw the national government giving some money or setting aside some money that was distributed to the county governments called the Disaster Management Fund. So at what point should the governors or people concerned use this money? And which kind of preparations do they need? I did listen to Geoffrey Mburu, who told us, which is true, that the problem that we're having right now, we are having the responsibility of the government, and we're also having our own personal responsibility. If you go to the roads that you see that have been blocked, it's not because like look at these super highways. When they're being built, the person or the engineer who is building it, unless they do a substandard job, they normally cater for an eventuality like what is happening currently. But what happens is people dump some stuff and dump some waste on the roads, blocking this drainage. So when it rains, instead of the water moving to the right channel, what happens? You find that our roads are being overflooded. And that is what has happened in Nairobi. It is not the first time that it is raining in Nairobi, but it is the first time that lots of people are losing lives and property in Nairobi. And you heard the governor say there are people who are always paid to collect the garbage, but these people instead they drop this garbage on the roadside, blocking our drainage. If you walk along the Eastland, or currently it is even happening in West.
Yeah, Mr. Leo, your internet is
so many points. So Jeffrey, sorry, who do we blame in this case? The drainage have been blocked. Okay, the money was issued for the disaster management, and one of the programs that maybe these governors are supposed to do was to ensure that the drainage is smooth and such kind of thing. So in this case, who do we blame when our drainage systems have been blocked, and why are they not doing something?
So you're asking me whom we are supposed to blame?
Yeah, I'm asking you, who should we blame? Do we blame the... Yes.
Yeah, just as I said, we are supposed to be prepared for these things. And there should always be a standard procedure on how these things are supposed to be done. It should not be like things happening abruptly because we are having rain, so we should go and open the drainage system. We should have a standard procedure that this is how we check our drainage, this is how we clean our drainage, this is how we dig the trenches, without which we will always be going through this kind of problems. Just as I said, in Kenya specifically, I don't think we take disaster as serious as it's supposed to be taken, because especially floods, we just take water. There is nothing that water can do to us. So we have been having these problems before. We will continue having these problems, not until we start now sitting down and discussing about these matters and come up with a good system on how standardized procedures on how we want to be doing things. We'll always be finding ourselves in a very awkward situation where we have to blame each other for this and that. So I'm just requesting the government to start standardizing how we do things, so that now we would be asking whether those people who are mandated, because the governor cannot do everything. That is why we delegate duties. That is why we have departments. Right now, we should be knowing whom exactly is supposed to be responsible for this. So I'm still yet to see that we are doing things the way we are supposed to do, especially on the part of disaster management. I got so much concerned when I saw how water was blocked in one area around Kahawa. On one side, there is a huge wall, which is shielding the barrack side. On the other side is for the Vika superhighway. In there is like a lake. So you wonder, the people who are laying down these infrastructures, did they factor the aspect of floods? What would happen if it rains? So such kind of things we are supposed to check on them. But vicariously, we have to blame the government for drainages that are not cleaned, for trenches that were supposed to be dug and they were not dug on time, because I hear the weather people had already given caution. So though sometimes the government is not directly it should not be directly blamed, we say vicariously they are liable for everything that happens. So we still hold them accountable. That you see, we have lost a lot. What did you do about it? What did you do before this happened? Were you having information? What did you do with the information that you received? So we want to see more from the side of the government. We want to see them putting down a well-stipulated procedure on how these things are supposed to be handled when they happen. As I said, Leo, in some other countries like America
Yes.
here, they handle disaster in a very cautious way. They handle disaster in a very serious way, that even before the heavy rains start, we are alerted, even with alarms, the radios, even your phone will tell you what is going to happen and how you can prevent yourself. And the people here are so obedient to the instructions. When they are told to evacuate, they evacuate. When they are told to take shelter, they take shelter. Especially when you hear there is a like tornado coming, they will just sound the alarm and you see people going to hibernation. What happens in Kenya? You tell people to evacuate because we are going to have floods. Then they'll be like, just rain, mvua itatufanyia nini? So they'll be there and they'll be caught there, and some people will die. So it's also our behavior. Sometimes we don't follow instructions. Sometimes we even ignore. You have seen people trying to cross the rivers when they are swollen, when they are floods, when they are flooding, and we end up losing lives. So sometimes it's a matter of being careless and being careful. If you are not careful, you decide to be careless, you end up dying. I have seen how my friend here is excited, Boniface, because of the rains in Ukabani. And he feels like going home. They're going to have some harvest.
Of course, he's really happy.
You see some areas like Ukabani, because they don't experience rain most of the time. When it happens, we end up losing some lives because those rivers, the water moves at a very high speed, and some people, because they're not used to that kind of water, they just excited there and they end up being carried away. But rain is a good thing, but also sometimes it causes a lot of disaster and destruction to the nation, especially if people are not very well prepared.
Thank you. Of course, we've seen Boniface is happy that it is raining in Ukambani, and he told you if it is raining in Ukambani, then that is enough to tell you that the entire country is receiving rain. That is true.
That's
When it
true.
rains, the people were happy, of course. Our Songa will tell you that the region he is currently, when it rains, people don't stay in the houses. People get outside to get rained on, and they really enjoy it when it rains on them, because they rarely see rain. It's hot throughout the year. It's dry. So when they see rain, even kids will run out. Instead of looking for shelter with them, they will be getting outside. But what happens is that our governments in Africa, we are not so careful. Forget about even taking measures to ensure that we avoid things like flooding. Of course, with proper drainage, it can be avoided. With proper preparation, there are people who are in lowland, so they need to know that when it rains, these places are going to be flooded. Do we have some places that have been set aside that they can be accommodated for a while as they wait for the rains to stop? Like yesterday, you saw what was happening the entire night. We had some well-wishers like Eric Omondi who are using some boats to ensure that they evacuate people. Our county government, that is the Nairobi county government, doesn't have divers in place. They don't have boats. So it was really hard that the boats that were being used are the ones that are normally used for recreation purposes.
Rio, your internet is giving us a very
now,
hard.
That rainfall is one of the cause, but so Wasonga, there's something that is happening. It rained now, a lot of rain, people are going to lose lives. Then again, we are going to go back to a dry season and people are going to lose lives because lack of rain. Don't you think that it's time that as a country, we should come up with ways of ensuring that when it rains, we have some dams that are going to conserve this water, because this water is just getting drained and nothing we can do about it. Yet some other developed countries, they will have some dams waiting for this water. So this is the water that will be prepared. It will be recycled and people will drink it. They can also use it in irrigation. So maybe your comment on that as we move on. I know a lot has happened in the country. I'm going maybe to inform you of some of the happenings, some of the developments, to get your views on it. So as long as we wind up this rainfall issue, of which we've agreed that it is both the responsibility of the government and we also have personal responsibility. I know very well, Kimanzi, I stay in Madare Valley. This is a valley. When it rains, this place will have to be filled with water.
Okay,
It has rained
I
day
get
one.
your
Day
question,
two,
Leo.
maji imeingia kidogo kwa nyumba. No, I was asking you about the water management. Can
Hello?
we, as a country, come up with ways of conserving this water? Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Can hear you. Great. I got your question well. You are trying to look. We are trying to look at in most cases we look at the demerits of these heavy rains. But aside, what is the benefit of it? I'm sorry, I'm not using my video because I was getting distracted on the common room where those guys are also watching football. And Liverpool, I see Liverpool is really thwarting the other. I mean, is getting thwarted. So I got distracted and I had to move to another location. So one thing that I learned some years back when I was in Djibouti City, which is also a place which doesn't receive constant rainfall or regular rainfall. And even when I was in Ethiopia as well, I learned this, that rains will not be there. But then when it's there, how do you make use of it? So when I came home, I bought so many water tanks, whereby every drop from my house, or my 2 houses, every drop gets into the water tank. So what comes in when what happens is that when it rains, I feel so happy because I feel like all my water tanks are getting filled. When I see that maybe 1 week without the rains, I start getting happy that now it's the time to reap and get money out of it. So meaning that water collection is one way that we can utilize. We can utilize the heavy rains, just like now. If somebody has some resources, maybe you can buy some water tanks and then use them for the water collection. But aside with that, the government on the long term can develop some water funds in such a way that even cows, livestock can utilize these. Even human beings, when you want to use them in construction, you can just go to a water pan and fetch water from there. And even for agricultural consumption, it's very important. So we may not just waste water. We just need to take the opportunity now, so that we do the water collection and we look into how to use it later. But then this is quite different from the city, whereby how would you make water pans in a city? It's completely not possible. So if that is, I'm talking in the sense of rural areas. You can talk of Machakos, you can talk of Kajiado and all that. These are the rural areas. But in the major cities, that is completely impossible. But what we call for is just adequate drainage system, adequate planning. Proper urban planning is need to be put in place, because I realize that some people are even building on these drainage systems, and we have delegated authorities in these. Just as Mburu was saying, that is not the governor. We should not just blame the governor alone. The governor is just like a university, but then within the university, there are faculties. Within the faculties, there are departments. So the governor also has his people, and these people are the ones who are failing the governor himself. And look also at the government agencies like NEMA. Before you do any construction of a building, NEMA, National Environment Management Authority, has to look at the merits and the demerits and look at whether this house needs to be built here or not. Look at those who are building at the riparian areas. there is a rule within the Kenyan government or within the county government of Nairobi that this distance should, no house should be erected in a distance next to a river. There is a distance allocated, I think 6 meters. And people are going against this kind, flouting this kind of rules. So it begins with ourselves as well. If we go against the rules, this hits us on the long run. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I can see I want to read some comments here. Goodyear is saying that the governors, senators, and the government should think about the natural disasters and the results. That is floods and dry season. It's real climate change. Proper drainage and estuaries to level the floods. Karibu sana. Pen Nyagaka is also in the comment section. Guys, feel welcomed and feel part of this show. Pen Nyagaka, you can also join the studio. I did share a link there on the comment section, so you can use the link and join us on the studio. So right now, guys, I think you are aware of what is taking place, and of course, I want to initiate this kind of debate. There was this issue of fake fertilizers that were denied, then later they were accepted. Like the government denied, but later they accepted that indeed the fake fertilizers were there, and the fertilizers were distributed by a certain company. So what is happening currently is that the National Cereals and Produce Board today, they gave a press release. I'll just read you through it if you don't mind. I would have been in a position to share it, but I'm having some challenges. You'll bear with me. But if you so need, I'll get it shared there. Compensation for farmers who procured substandard fertilizers under fertilizer subsidy program. This today, Nairobi, 24th April 2024. The National Cereals and Produce Board has begun to compensate farmers who bought substandard fertilizer. This follows a directive from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development that all farmers who bought KEL fertilizers be compensated. All the affected farmers are urged to lodge formal complaint by filling a claim declaration form that will be provided at the depot or selling center where they bought the fertilizer. The original for those who have not used.
Mr. Leo, do you know we are not able to hear?
In the letter, the Cereals Board is compensating. Let me get an alternative, don't worry, but I just want to leave this as I take 2 minutes to get an alternative. This is what I want to give you this question to guide it. Why is the National Cereals Board compensating farmers of fake fertilizers that were sold by a private company? Why can't they tell the company to compensate these fertilizers? Yet we know very well they already paid the company. Again, they're using money to pay farmers. Where are they getting this money from? Why can't they tell the company that supplied fake fertilizers to compensate farmers? Or is it that this company and the National Cereals Board are one thing together? So Guru, maybe you can respond to that as we move. Let me try to get an alternative so that I don't keep on getting on and on.
Maybe you have something to say. Because myself, I always desist from commenting what I'm not well conversant with. I'm yet to understand that story, Mr. Rio. I don't know who is supposed to compensate who. I don't know how the distribution.
No, I'll share with you. It is the National Cereals Board who said they are compensating. So you go to the distribution center, but the money is coming from the National Cereals and Produce Board. But so, the company that sold the fertilizer to the National Cereals Board is called.
One, the farmers were paying for this fertilizer. They bought the fertilizer, the substandard fertilizer. So they are entitled for the value of what they bought. As the government had subsidized that fertilizer. So they have the right to be compensated. For me, I think it's supposed to be that if the farmer was buying this fertilizer from the government, the farmer has the right to be compensated by the government, and then the government is supposed to follow the company which was given the tender for the fertilizer, to follow in a way that either if they have not paid them, they are not going to pay them all the money because they did not provide what they were supposed to provide or what was negotiated for. That company is supposed now to compensate the government for not supplying what they were supposed to supply. But the farmer has no ability to follow or to put to accountable a private entity. But the farmer can complain to the government that, you see, we did not get what we were buying. So the government has a responsibility to caution the farmers by compensating them and then follow the private company which was given the tender. However, a lot of things happens in our country. These politicians, you see, they have interest in almost everything. Whatever is applied in the government, there must be politicians who are involved. And now we need to know more about this company. We need to dig more. Who are the owners of this company? What are the interests of some politicians in that company? So those are some of the things that we will never know. But we don't do things in our country the way we are supposed to do them. There is no professionalism. It is all about selfish interest. Those are some of the things we are supposed to deal with because our politicians are very greedy. They are very, very greedy. That is why, at the end of the day, the common mwananchi ends up suffering because of having very selfish leaders. We elevate them by voting for them to go and represent us, but they end up destroying us, which is a big mistake. So I think some of these things we'll never know them, to be honest. We would like to know who are the owners of this company. We will never know them. We would like to know, apart from the owners, who are having other interests through this company. We will never know such kind of things. So it's always, our government is always very opaque. The time when we will start having openness in how we do things, the time when we will start being honest people, that is when we will start now growing the nation called Kenya. But right now, we just grow individuals called the politicians. They are just evil, they're just selfish, they only think of themselves and their families. They don't see far, they only see today. They don't see the future generations. They don't see the legacy that they're supposed to leave behind. They think that they're gonna live forever to enjoy their wealth. I sometimes don't want to think about how things are done in Kenya. I get offended, especially having stayed in other countries. I feel so bad when I hear some of these things. I feel so bad. We should change how we do things. We should now start thinking of accountability. People right now, we should not even be talking about compensation before we hear that company has been deregistered. Those that did that, they're supposed to be somewhere behind bar. You know, it's supposed to be a serious case, but how we are handling that is just a joke. It's just a joke. So we are yet to become serious in governance. We are just playing around, which is very unfortunate. Mr.
I get you.
Yeah.
That's really true. You know, what we do as a country, there is no transparency. And again, people are so careless when they're given government offices and they are trusted with the responsibility to an extent that after you receive some substandard, I don't want to call it fake because it gives me problem with the buru and the rest, substandard fertilizers, instead of following up to ensure that people get the right thing, the government is so hesitant. They're still using money to compensate, and at the end of the day, these stories even being killed. And right now, even the mainstream media is not talking of it, and that one might be the end of it. Though people claim that there might be some in business among the people there. For example, we have a company, and you employ people, and the same people you employ are the ones who conspire with people to bring things that are substandard. It's really, really, really sad. So maybe before I get to your opinion, Kimanzi, also joined by one man I can see is in darkness. I don't know why, but I'll give him an opportunity just to say hi. And maybe if he can weigh on one or two things. Of course, there are floods that have ravaged the capital city. I don't know if his family is also safe over there. And apart from the floods, we are also having, among other issues, like what
The gentleman has disappeared.
Kenyans got some fertilizers, and now. So I'll welcome Mr. Onyi Felix. You can just unmute yourself and say hi to fellow Kenyans over here.
I think those are ghost. I would call them ghost hosts.
Okay.
Who are taking what we are doing for a ride, and at times maybe vetting should be done. So you don't just allow them in. But anyway, okay, okay. But anyway, it's quite unfortunate that we are having greedy leaders. But as I said before, education, the Kenyan education system should tell us, should give us the limelight, or should educate us on the best way possible that we can govern the people when now we get into the helm of leadership. That is the main thing. That is, I keep on saying that ethics, the fundamental ethics, social ethics, those are things that we need to be taught when we are still young children, so that you grow with it. You know that, okay, when I become a leader, I am expected not to steal from the people. When I become a leader, I need to take care of the people that are under me. When I'm elected as a leader, I should not eat more than the people I'm leading. But now the reverse is happening in the Kenyan system. In the Kenyan system, the leaders will always grab as much as they want. When there is tragedies like now, they will come with the little, very little indeed, just to impress the people. And actually,
can you come closer to your mic, Mr. Kevin?
Sorry, Mburu. They don't come with that idea that we are supporting the people. What they are trying to look at is the fact that whatever I've produced, is it equivalent to what I will get back as votes? That is actually what we are missing in the Kenyan system. So if we can rectify this with the generation that we are, our children now, you start teaching them. In as much as it's not in the CBC that we were cheated, that it's the best education system. I don't see the social ethic aspects. It's not there. I don't see aspects of creative and critical thinking, because a critical thinker would not look into the fact that I should amass amass a lot of wealth as much as I can. That is completely not okay for us. So this, we just have to change the mind of the people. Once you change the mindset of the people, then definitely we will have a sustainable Kenya. But now, this is a system whereby even Sakaja himself is a leader. But then who are the people surrounding him? Who are the people surrounded by Sakaja? They are greedy people, completely greedy. They are pathological liars, as I always say it. They lie to the public. Okay? So when there are these kind of tragedies, again, they want to lie to you as a fellow voter. We will continue having this cycle, and therefore, there is need for hewa safi, as always depicted by our leader, Professor Fred Ogola. We need hewa safi. We don't need this cycle of again and again we elect and select the same leaders. If not my grandfather, then it's the son, and then from the son to the grandchildren to the great grandchildren, and then it's just a complete cycle. That is what the nexus that we are missing in the Kenyan governance system.
I get you. Wasonga. Earlier on, I was welcoming Felix, and I think he dropped. I can see he's back. So maybe Felix, you can go ahead and say hi to fellow Kenyans and weigh on one or two things concerning preparing country, and maybe if you can trickle it down to the county you are in, if they are well prepared for these floods, and if they're not prepared, they need to do better. So Felix, I'll give you this opportunity. And then after that, I'll also welcome Honorable Vincent Machoka. I've not seen him for long, but I'm glad. And before Felix, you come in, let me appreciate the ones who've joined us from the comment section. As I always tell you, these are free 24-hour, these are open political talk show. Matters Kenyan politics with an aim of having some better, mature politics that can steer development irrespective of our beliefs or our political affiliations. So you can always join me on studio using the link that I always share on the comment section. And if you don't want to join me on studio to be part of the panelists, you can always use the comment section and send your message. You can ask a question, you can respond to anything that has been said, or you can also send your view through the comment section. And all in all, the most important, if you've not subscribed to our channel, that is Afrique24, ensure that you go to YouTube and subscribe to our channel. And by the way, do you know subscribing is free? I know some people, when they hear subscribe, I keep on singing subscribe, they think maybe you get charged to subscribe. Of course, they won't charge you, not even a cent for subscribing. It is only free, and it takes you less than a minute to subscribe and turn on the notification bell. And it also takes you less than a minute to share with your friends and tell them about Afrique. That is the only way you can support this program, to keep us engaging you, giving you this platform so that you can be able to interact and connect with African stories and African solutions. You have to subscribe to Afrique 24-hour TV. Thank you so much, Inspire Women. I can see you in the comment section. Goodyear, Senior Mzee Pen Nyagaka is also there. So Inspire Women is saying that we cannot be shocked with how the Kenya Kwanza are less interested with what is affecting common mwananchi. Remember last year, the heavy floods in Mombasa, and the government proudly said that there wasn't money to save lives. Hayo ni comments zake, sio zangu. And Goodyear is also there. Somebody saying that some farmers, that is Goodyear, some farmers are in catch-22 because they took the backhander way to buy cheap stolen fake fertilizers without knowing. So they don't have a means of claiming their money back. And that is true. What the National Cereals Board have said that we are going to refund those people who bought fake fertilizers. If you've not used the fake fertilizer, then bring it to us. If you've used it, then we need your ID and proof of purchase, I mean. But there are people who are as greedy as their leaders. They went and bought it through the back door. Somebody took like 10, yet they were located only 2. They went and took 10, 20 like that. So now returning it will also be a challenge. So Felix, karibu sana kwenye hii platform. I know this is your first day, and you will also give your maiden speech or maiden introduction as we proceed with this conversation. Just unmute yourself and proceed. Felix, can you hear me? If Felix is not in a position to hear me, I hope as is, just look on your phone or your laptop where you've joined, you'll see a place there, mute, and mute, then you can proceed to speak. And maybe as you are looking
yes, hello.
at it.
I can get you. Are you getting me? Hello?
I can get you loud and clear. Proceed. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, my fellow Kenyans. I think I'm so happy to join you for this great debate we are having to share something, especially concerning our country. My name is Felix Onyango, and I'm happy to listen to bits of what you have shared. That I've joined you late, and I'm giving my sharing from Somali, though my family is in Kenya, and I get this news, especially what is happening in Nairobi, and it's really it's heartbreaking. Yeah, just to give my little glimpse, and I've listened to some few contribution from my friends. I think the whole thing get back. We may speak so well and so wise, but the one question that I feel is a big critical thing is most of us we lack just example. Yeah, even I just listen to even to ourselves, but the question we ask ourselves, uh, you cannot have a good house building the house from the roof. Everything starts from the foundation, and I think that is what is lacking. Experience, as you have put it, like my good friend who don't stay in the country, you see what's happening in other countries. Everything starts from the good foundation that has been built in the people, that brings good structure, good governance, honesty as the key thing in everything that you do. I think all looking at what we experience in our country, it's just a result of dishonesty, and that is the key thing. And this one cut across from the better foundation is the education system. If we don't have an education system that put honesty in the people, just expect we will ever have the worst. And not only in Kenya, I think all parts in Africa and many other countries, many of the countries, I call them second, third world countries that experience the same thing. Now, just to make my little remark, especially because I just joined late, I think the big question here rolled down to honesty, not about even much. We can be as bright, we can be as great people in terms of what we say, but we say them from our mind. But deep in my heart, I'm not an honest person. The result is being felt in everything that we see, just from our leaders. They're good, they're bright, but they're not honest. So that is the big thing I want us just to put my mind on that. If the aspect of honesty trickle down to everything that we do, and it is starts from the education, we shall cure all this. Thank you so much, and this is a great thing to share, and we must make it part of us so that we bring sustainability. And how practical should I be? Starting with myself. Thank you so much, and this is great for all of us.
Thank you so much, Felix. I feel welcomed. I know you have some busy schedule, but I will always engage you on various areas of interest and areas of your specialization. One of these 5 days, I'm going to call you here so that you can be able to speak to these fellow Kenyan men. And I did get you very well. So let me bring in, there's a good friend of mine, one from the land of Matoke. I know yesterday we had what is called the Matoke Festival. He will also be able to tell us if the rains did not interrupt and interfere with the Matoke Festival. So karibu sana, Honorable Machoka.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you. I'm very honored to return back to the panel after a very long time. I've been in Nakuru for some time to try and sometimes you have to wanasemanga lazima utafute unga. So I've been in Nakuru for some time, and Nakuru is really cold. But I traveled yesterday to Kisii thinking that it will be different. But you can see I'm wearing my blanket with me here, and because in Kisii it's always cold and we are used to that. But I thank God that in Kisii our slopes are not as flat as Nairobi is, and I want to really send my condolences to those who've lost their family members in Nairobi and to those who have lost their properties. And it's really unfortunate that these kind of things are happening at this particular time, a time that we're also being faced by a lot of happenings. Last week we saw what happened, and the country was in shock. And before we know it, again we are back to again floods, and again we don't know what will come tomorrow. So I think we are in that moment that I can call biblically, I can call them that those worst moments that we were warned of. That I don't know if nobody gave a time frame of when they will happen. But it's really, really unfortunate that the places that we don't expect to float in water are suffering from that. But again, from last year when the president was telling us about the El Nino coming, and the people are making fun of that, we've seen that from the countries that we think will not suffer from the problems that we are suffering from, especially the most developed city in the world, Dubai. We've seen people really struggling to go to work because water is everywhere. So this problem we are facing as a country is not a new problem to us, and I think it's time that we start preparing ourselves for the next problem that is going to come. Because after these floods, we are going to be faced by another problem of maybe let me use a problem of drought, because we normally don't go a year without drought, and I think these rains come once and then when they go they disappear. So you can see what has happened to Nairobians, and those people who have never seen rains for the past 3 years are now crying and cursing the rains, because they pray that God bring the rains, and now they are crying. So as a country, I think even as the president thinks of making and building this affordable housing and all these kind of things. And as my colleague who just spoke before me just said, we must also start thinking about our education, because I think our engineers and the people we give tasks to predict things that will last for the next few years. You can see what happened to the expressway the other day. It was more of a river, a flowing river that is flying on top. So I think our engineers also need to be accessed the same way we are talking about doctors right now. We need to assess our engineers so that as they build these buildings, they must also consider adverse weathers. You can see what China does. Of course, China also has been hit with these floods, but you can see their drainage system is quite impressive. It's easy to even manage the floods more than what Kenya is doing. And in Kenya, everything happens, and you see every leader on Twitter. Every leader goes to Twitter to complain to the president. Every leader goes to Twitter to complain to Sakaja. Every leader joins Kenyans in regretting. Yeah, that's the problem I have with our leaders. Our leaders make sure that they regret with us, and they do it so that we don't say mbona huyu amenyamaza. And when the president acts, for example, the president does not have to speak so that you can see the actions. The president is just a body that is surrounded by several systems that were put in place by the constitution. The president does not have to move so that does not have to say anything so that the floods can be dealt with. The president just needs to give directions where the direction are required. That's why the parastatals like Red Cross and the others just move. The organization like Red Cross just move without even waiting for anybody to tell them to move, and they start helping people. And as we know, Kenyans also, there are those content creators who use these opportunities to also cloud chase. So these kind of scenarios that we are facing as a country, I think as we chart the future, we are supposed to start considering thinking about when the worst thing happened. And let me give one final example about the COVID-19. There's nobody who predicted that there will ever come a time when the country will be in a total shutdown. Like even the world was in a total shutdown. That COVID should be a lesson that there might be such scenarios in the future, and they don't knock. They normally don't knock and say that we are coming. So if we had a whole 7 months of lockdown in Kenya, and we came through that, and still we are here crying about emergencies and national disasters, when we have had such kind of experiences in the past, this is not the first time we are seeing drought, and this is not the first time we are seeing floods. We must be prepared as a people. And acha niseme hii leo in Kiswahili, watu waache kununua shamba rahisi. Watu waache kununua hizi shamba rahisi zinauzwa hapa Nairobi. Watu waache kununua hizi shamba mnaona zimewekwa, mnasemanga maguta. Just don't buy those lands because of buying. Make sure you even look for an expert to tell you, to even direct you how to even build a house in such kind of a place. In fact, I was listening to a new homeowner crying on TikTok today. saying that he just bought a three-bedroom or four-bedroom mansion, and today in the morning the rains were filling up to the roof. Everything in the house was just water, and it's God who rescued them, because electricity could have shocked them all. So I think ukipata hii deal, unasemanga ukipata hizi deals tamtamu, please don't just rush and buy those houses, because don't rush and buy those lands so that you hurry to build, ushtue watu wa kijiji yenu. My friend, you will be the one who will be steward, and now I'm telling you this from my experience, because there's a time I had money and a friend of mine advised me that there are good places in Athi River that you can find land. And you know what I told him? I don't like Athi River, because Athi River is hot when there's a drought. It's very, very hot. And when there's rain, the name Athi River takes charge, and the Athi River comes knocking at your door. And that's what happened today. And he called me in the morning telling me, my friend, you are right. You told me that, and I have come to see, because Athi River and River Yala, River Tana, River Sondu, those rivers always come back to hunt those people who stole the land near them. So I think these are good lesson for those Kenyans who like cheap things. Uko na shamba Runda. Today Runda has taught people a lot of lessons, and they will never rush to do such kind of things. Watu wakuja wa invest in Nyanza, because and I think my friend Leo can tell you, Nyanza is a place where you can rarely see such kind of things. Of course, in Luo Nyanza, because of the lake, sometimes they experience such kind of scenarios. But here in Kisii and some parts in Gori, Homa Bay, it rarely floods, and in the Rift Valley. That's why if you want to invest well in your retirement home, you come to these sites where there is less such kind of occurrences. And to your question about the Kisii, Matoke, whatever, I didn't have a chance to attend that.
Matoke festival.
I didn't have a chance to attend to that, but I think Matoke is not just a name that the people talk about. Matoke is like, when you speak about Matoke to anybody, that one, what one wanaonanga Mkisii. The moment you speak about the word Matoke, the people see us, the people of Kisii, and to celebrate such kind of a thing. In fact, I had yeah. No, Kisii, we are the most known people in Kenya with that name Matoke. And in fact, my friend Bonnie can tell you, when I was in university, all the time I was coming from holiday, my parents used to package me with gunias of mandizi, so that as I start the year, I can before I nianze kukula ile cabbage ya Kitui, I used to supply to my friends the bananas and avocados. So I think this is a good festival, and I think it should be embraced by all Kisiis, and it can be a good trademark. Every tribe is known by its trademark, and Kisiis, we are known well for the Matoke. Yeah, so I think it's a good festival that I think next year, if they want to celebrate this kind of a thing, I think they should invite the people like you who've never had a chance to eat matoke that is well cooked. These hotels wanaeka vitu mingi, wanaharibu. There's a way this matoke is cooked, and one day I'll teach you how to cook it. Thank you.
Thank you. That is Honorable Vincent Machoka. Of course, Vincent Machoka, we are still having conversation as Kenya, and of course, you guys have weighed on this disaster, and it's a responsibility not only of the government, but we as citizens should also take the responsibility. We should also play our part. Like when you go to these towns, like in Nairobi, you see people dumping almost everywhere. Somebody is traveling after kukula hiyo matoke, hiyo ndizi maganda, they just throw it anyhow. So these are the things that are blocking our sewerage, they are blocking our drainage system. So when it rains, you find it flooding. Take, for example, I've read a comment from Goodia who said that in 1970s and 80s, he joined a rescue team at a place called Kano Plain within Kisumu County. And of course, even during the time of Kibaki, there was this famous lady who was used even as a voiceover, a Serikali's idea. But this time around, there are rains in Kano, there are rains in Kisumu, but it is not all that screaming. Does it mean that there's somebody who was responsible enough to ensure that, these drainage are worked on, things are planned properly, something
Leo,
that is missing in our capital?
Leo, let me say something. One thing about that, and in Kisii, I think in Kisii I complained about that thing the other day, and some people who support the governor came at me guns blazing. You know, there are these people who sell mboga, these people who sell makaa, these people who sell clothes. Wanakaanga wameweka hapo kando ya barabara. These people normally at the night when kanjos are not present, they throw those cabbage and those skuma stalks, hizo veggies za skuma, they throw them in the drainage systems that are created to move water. And at the end of the week, you know, once you throw those things and they block somewhere, there is a smell that comes from that point, and that is not the only thing. Now it blocks water, and the water diverts. The water will always find its own way, and it will find a way, an escape route. The water will come on the road. So last week, a guy was hit by a motorbike because he was trying to escape the floods or the water that was trying to look for a route to escape. And that person is among the people who sell skuma in that area. So I found it hard to even say Paul, because there's a day I told the woman, I buy skuma from her sometimes. I told her, why do you guys do this? You know what she told me? That water will just sweep it away. And this time around, water did not sweep it away, because everybody was throwing it, expecting water to sweep it away. But instead, these skuma stalks were blocked, and the water ended at the road. So when the woman was trying to alikuwa anajaribu kuruka maji, akapatana na pikipiki pia ilikuwa inahepa maji. So the woman is now lying in mortuary, waiting to be buried soon, and that's very unfortunate. So these are the kind of things we saw in Nairobi today, because in Nairobi is a city that I think if Kenyans are responsible enough, you are not supposed to be throwing these mauchafu anywhere, anyhowly, because that's a city that we are proud of. Personally, whenever I'm going to Nairobi, I usually feel like I'm going to a place that everybody is supposed to be. And some people are not even proud of being in Nairobi, you see. People should be proud of being in the best city in the world, trying to usitupe uchafu hata kama ni karatasi ama ni PK. Don't just throw that. Be a responsible Kenyan, and don't just kuchafua mazingira ndio kesho uambie Sakaja ati there are these tweets that I read every day, and I'm left wondering, yes, that guy is very incompetent, but there are things that hata wanasemanga, unajua hata shetani pia kuna vitu zingine wanamwekeleanga, unaona. So sometimes I feel like there are things as Kenyans we can play part and do our job as Kenyans, so that next time you prepare for the worst. In fact, let me give you an example of our village. In our village, whenever your father is giving you a piece of land for you to
where is your village, first of all? Where is your village? You know,
don't my village, yeah. Yeah, Kisii, my Kisii County is my county, Nyaribari Church is my constituency, and my ward is Birongo Ward, and my village is called Nyakeburo village.
Nyakeburo. It was to start with the Nya.
Nyakeburo, yeah, and that's my name also. My name starts with Nya also. So I was telling you about my village. So when my grandfather was splitting a land for his sons, there's one thing he used to tell them: make sure that the land I'm giving you has iko na njia ya kila mtu anapita, and kwa hiyo njia make sure piga mtaro hapo, kwa sababu ile maji inatoka kwa mabati yako inafaa kukimbia iende mpaka mtoni. So in our village there is this tendency of people there's a tendency of these people, our people, draining they are creating their own drainage for their houses, so that when you harvest water and the excess one is supposed to be flowing, it's supposed to find its way to the river, not through to the shamba of your brother or to the shamba of your neighbor. Your water should follow the drainage system you create for yourself mpaka ipate mto maliko. That's why in Kisii you normally don't find people in flooded areas. Watu wanachimba mitaro kwa nyumba zao. They prepare in advance because they know you can harvest water, but you know in Kisii rains are always there from January to even January. So sometimes I think Kenyans should also embrace that and start preparing their houses for the worst. I saw that thing in Luo Nyanza last year when there were, I don't know, floods. There's an old man. There's an old man
I know
there.
Vincent can speak up to tomorrow. I know that. Just stop there. We'll proceed. It's good. Kenyans, you need to learn from Vincent's that village, so that at least we be responsible enough. So just before I go to Mburu and maybe ask this question, allow me to interrupt this and just to give you some good news from Good Year. You know, Good Year is good. You can talk of Good Year, good day, good weekend. And of course, right now is coming up with good news. So Goodyear is telling us something that is happening, that Liverpool has lost it. They've been thrashed 2-0 and they are officially out of the Premier League. That is good work, or the Lord's work that has been done by one Everton. So now the people who support the team, the team they call the Elephant, that is the Arsenal fans, they can now start praying for Brighton. That is what I wanted to say as I move on with the next agenda item. So the next agenda item, Mburu, I don't know if you can be able to hear me. I want to get this one from you. Something is happening
Leo,
in Nairobi.
I want.
People are
No,
talking
why
about,
are you celebrating?
yes.
Why are you celebrating Liverpool losing to Toffees?
I'm not celebrating, but I'm passing on the information from Goodyear. And what is happening is Liverpool losing means Liverpool is now officially out of Premier League, and now the race is between Manchester City and the great Arsenal. So what can happen at the moment is that Arsenal fans should join hands in praying for Brighton. That is what I said.
Let me tell you. I know you
Okay,
Leo, you are an Arsenal fan. I want to tell you this. You should keep away the mind that you can win this Premier League. This Premier League is for Manchester City. You are going to win nothing. So leave the league for Manchester City. Arsenal fans, drop that hand and wait for Man City to lift this one.
Well, Bonnie,
I
we
think
lost
that is
yesterday.
hypothetical thinking, if I'm not wrong. But anyway,
We lost
I'll
yesterday.
give it.
Leo.
We
Leo,
will have a football discussion in another forum.
All right, Jeff, this is the question that I want to bring to you. Okay, I'm just touching my screen to make this is the question. You've had people talk of incompetency in Nairobi, and the governor in Nairobi is Sakaja, who was elected on Machoka's party, that is the UDA. I know Machoka is vying to be a UDA chairman somewhere in Kisii. And number two, if you go to Nairobi County Assembly, which is responsible for oversighting the governor, a majority, including the speaker, is from Azimio. When you hear Sakaja talk, he says yeye ni kijana ya baba. Sakaja was elected kwa party ya Ruto. So there are so many allegations, including the corruption allegations against one Johnson Arthur Sakaja, but none of the MCAs is speaking, their mom, except few who are not even speaking in the county assembly, people like Alai, who will always go and speak somewhere else on some walls and record themselves, yet they know there's a county assembly. We've not seen the speaker, we've not seen the majority leader from the ODM side even coming up with a bill to impeach Sakaja or to question and interrogate Sakaja on the misuse of public funds and the misuse of office. We know the Public Account Committee in the Senate is chaired by one Kajwan. Sakaja is being summoned, he doesn't go, and nobody is doing anything. Does it mean that Sakaja is enjoying some political patronage? He's enjoying Raila and William Ruto behind him that gives him courage to do anything that he feels like that he wants to do in Nairobi, and nobody is questioning him because after all, Siana support Baba, na Siana support Ruto. These are the problem that people are having in Nairobi, and of course, for the
Sorry, Mr. Rio, your internet is still giving us hard time. But our viewers, I have understood the question of Leo about the incompetence of Sakaja and the many allegations that have been put across by the members of the county of Nairobi. And this is what I have to say. Leo, thank you because you are back, but your internet was freezing. That is why I had to proceed and talk.
Yeah, it's okay, but I'm thankful that you got the point because these allegations are there and nobody is acting. I was giving you an example with Kidero, enjoyed both support. when it came to Sonko, Sonko was enjoying the support of the government, but when he lost that support, you saw what happened to him. He was ejected. But Sakaja is believed to be enjoying both support of Raila and support of Ruto. That is why he can comfortably fly out of the country when he's needed to go and respond to some audit queries in Senate. Is this what is happening?
I want to say this. First of all, I don't know the reason why he has not been managed to attend the Senate, and I'm always very cautious not to discuss things that I don't know, because the Senate has the power to summon, the Parliament likewise. So if he was summoned once and he did not attend, does not mean that he was disobeying. Maybe he had some other reasons. But if it becomes the habit, then there is a problem there, which the Senate and the Parliament, I believe they have the power to act accordingly. However, on the aspect of the County Assembly of Nairobi not acting on those allegations, I normally say that an allegation is an allegation until proven beyond reasonable doubt. Beyond reasonable doubt. So I may not be in a position to say that Sakaja is guilty or he has done those things he is being accused of, because our politics is normally very dirty. Sometimes even we Kenyans don't know the truth, because our politicians, sometimes they just talk to impress their electorates. Some of them talk to gain political mileage. They are not genuine people. So sometimes we don't know what to believe and what not to. So myself, I don't take many things from politicians. We just have people who are supposed to not to be leaders. They are the ones occupying our political offices. We elect the wrong people to a larger extent. So even when they talk, there is no dignity in them. There is no virtues of honesty in them. They are not people you can believe their words. There is no truth in them. So even when they say that somebody is a thief or somebody has done this and that, it becomes very hard to believe them. So I still don't know whether Sakaja is innocent or guilty. And I will not condemn someone basing on the court of public opinion, based on what everybody is saying. We want to see the matter investigated by all the bodies that are relevant. Then they should be the ones to tell us we have done the audits and these are the outcomes. So, and we as the people of the nation of Kenya, we should not be having special people. If somebody is corrupt and has been found corrupt, let us not be supporting them simply because they come from my tribe or from my party. A thief is a thief. A thief has no party. A thief has no tribe. And I normally say that when we start doing what is right, we will always be condemning what is wrong. I have seen we have a habit in Kenya, Mr. Leo, when those who steal from us, they amass wealth, they are always in political positions because they use that money to bribe us. We should refrain from that because we have, or we deserve the best services. We deserve the best infrastructures, but we deny ourselves those things when we accept to be bribed to vote in people in political positions. So we have to change. It is not just politicians. It has to start with us. If you have ever received a bribe from a politician so that you can vote him or her in, then there is no difference between you and them. Not only that, if you have ever bribed anyone or received a bribe, then you lack the moral authority to condemn anybody who bribes or anybody who is corrupt. So it has to start with us. Mr. Leo, when I was in Kenya, I was holding a position somewhere, and sometimes people would come because they want jobs, and some people would talk in a way that they are trying to tell me they can give me something so that I can offer them a job. I can tell you for sure, nobody can stand here or anywhere and say, I have ever accepted to receive a bribe. It is good to have principles and know that money is not everything. It is good to have standards that you have set for yourself. And this is what we lack in the nation of Kenya. That so long as you have money, you can get away with anything. And we need to start changing. So for me, I'm saying this. Nairobi City, we deserve the best. Rio, I have visited, I have been to Kampala. I have been to Mwanza. I have been to Malawi, Lilongwe. I have been to most cities of Africa, some of them. But I can tell you, Nairobi remains the best. And we should continue holding our city high by having standards. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So we should start by from ourselves, not just the Sakaja. Vincent has told us something very important about how we conduct ourselves. Before we condemn the governor of drainages that are not cleaned, who makes them dirty in the first place? Is it not us? We put those vegetable peels on our drainage. We don't think about why do we have those drainage in the first place. When you see the paper on the street down, do you feel like you have an obligation of picking that paper and putting it where it's supposed to be? So it should start with us as a people, because sometimes we give the government a lot of work trying to clean our mess. It breaks heart so much that when you see how we conduct ourselves, people urinating on the walls, not just urinating, even. I mean, we have to change. We have to change. We have to carry ourselves with great dignity. Here in America, because these people, they make sure their cities are very clean. You will be ashamed to drop anything on the ground, even when you are traveling long distance, because even besides the roads, they are very clean. You'll be ashamed of standing somewhere and urinate. I mean, we have to change the way we do things, because the leaders come from us. So if you vote for me, and I still behave the way I behaved before I am a leader, if I become a leader, I'll still continue behaving the same way. So let us change. Let us change as a people. Let us have values and the virtues that we uphold. That I cannot do this because I love my country. And when you see somebody doing the wrong thing, like Vincent is telling us here, tell that person, ask that person, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? So for me, I'm asking because I believe some leaders watch these programs. If you are watching, make sure you as a leader, you are doing what we voted you to go and do. And know that you are holding that position temporarily. Do what you are supposed to do. Those that are supposed to put governors, not just Sakaja. Right now, we are talking of floods in Nairobi. Tomorrow, floods will be in Kisii. And we talk about these things and we forget about them. We were talking about chopper. 1 week is not over. We have forgotten about the chopper crash. Now we will talk about, this is our nature. We will talk about floods. After 1 week, we won't have floods. We forget about it. We will not even revisit it.
Machoka said that we are waiting for another disaster. That is what Machoka said.
I mean, we are just, I don't know. That's why I was asking somebody. When I look at how we do things in Africa, I was asking somebody on Sunday, do you think we have a problem with our thinking? Do you think we have a problem with our thinking capacity because we only think of now, but we are not able to see tomorrow? And we were discussing about, anyway, let me not even bring that debate here, but let us start doing things the way we are supposed to do.
Let us start doing things the way we are supposed to do. Good. Was not Wasonga, but of course it's Wasonga. Then I'll get to Kimanzi, then Felix. Wasonga, in a community where I come from, I don't know where you come from, they normally say that when you find a tatas on top of a table, then you have to know that there is somebody who placed it there, because naturally tatas doesn't have the capability of climbing tables. So I'm asking you, do you think that there is somebody behind Sakaja that makes him so confident despite the noises that people are making? And if there's somebody behind him, what can Nairobians do? Because it seems the MCAs are not going to act. That is a fact. They've not done anything. The Senate is not going to bring a solution. And the only thing that can impeach Sakaja, that is according to precedents that have been set, is when the president decides to do what Uhuru Kenyatta did to remove Sonko. Wasonga, are you there?
No, go to Kimanzi. Is Kimanzi here?
Kimanzi, I think you can pick it up. Wasonga is trying to connect. And on the comment, Felix Otieno is also saying that this question that should start with me and you. Let's be example for things to change. It's based on values and law. Kimanzi, do you think somebody is behind Sakaja?
Thank you, Leo. And what I can say is that Kenyans voted for Sakaja, but again, most of people who voted for Sakaja are ladies because they were impressed by the symbols. They used to call him.
But voters are voters, Kimanzi, voters are voters, whether ladies or male. A female and a male vote equally count. We don't have a female.
No, I'm giving my opinion.
Okay.
I did not analyze. I did not analyze the kind of votes that Sakaja got. But again, a number of people who voted for Sakaja are ladies because I don't think whether someone who knows how politics works can vote for this kind of government that we have in Nairobi. Considering what I have seen today in Nairobi, I was in Nairobi today from 6 a.m. I was there. I saw what is happening. I saw even there was a tree that fell down from its natural habitat, whereby along Moi Avenue. So it's like the guy is there just trying to finish his first term and then he goes home. So he has some power.
Let me ask you something, because you were talking very fast and I'm still trying to pick. I'm trying to pick to understand what you are saying. What does the tree which fell has to do with the?
Has to do with the governor, really? I think the governor can only be.
No, I'm explaining. So the tree fell from 4 a.m. That is morning. Yeah. But again, the tree interrupted morning hours. Actually, there was no transport that was taking place along Moi Avenue, and the tree has been there until 2 p.m. So the road has been unused for more than 7 hours or 8 hours, and we have the governor who is there.
That's what we wanted to hear. That's what we wanted to hear. Yes,
I think I think the county government of Nairobi needs to work. I went again to down River Road and I saw what is happening there. Even the transport matatus that goes to Narok, that goes to Meru, there was no place to even have those activities because the place was flooded. The matatus that goes to Kiambu had no way to go to Kiambu. So the whole county of Nairobi is in a total mess. The county government is just there relaxing until in the evening. I saw the press that was happening where the governor was addressing and other kind of leaders. So what I think is that when you have the power and support from the government, then the central government, then you get relaxed. I think Vincent Machoka, you can tell us, how are you supporting this county government of Nairobi? Because we know that the basement of this county government of Nairobi is from the central government. That is why he got the guards to just relax, because he knows that the central government is in support. And that is why people have been complaining. People have been complaining. If you go to Babawino has been complaining. He wants to make sure that the next time the Dimbos will not impress anyone. So Kenyans now are seeing how the Dimbos impressed them and the kind of results. They are now getting the results they wanted. Now there is time to
What are those you are talking about? What are you saying?
I think Bonfas might be having some personal issues with the governor. But that is left to you. That is up to you.
That is
mentioned. I have been mentioned, man. I've been mentioned. Let me try to say one thing.
You can respond when I bring in Felix, eh?
Yes. So, my brother Boniface, you know, politics does not.
Before Vincent, you continue. How do you feel? Actually, I felt so bad. With my sneakers, I bought in 2022 for 7,000. I was going through floods. How can I go through floods with my sneakers I bought in 2020?
Let me.
That one was so bad. Actually, my shoes were.
Where did you buy them?
Let me help you.
Wait a minute. When did you buy them?
2020. And they are still there.
And you still have them?
Until today, when I passed by floods, that is how they looked like they are so hot.
How many years are those?
Bonnie,
you know, Mr. Buru, sneakers stay for long.
How many years are those?
Bonnie, let me help you for a second. And since you've mentioned me and you said that I support Sakaja, I cannot for sure say I support Sakaja, but being a member of my party, by virtue of association, I be deemed to be supporting him, and it's okay. I agree. So, Bonnie, part of the agendas of the governor is not to stop the rain from raining. That's not part of the mandate that they are given as governors. And there's nobody who can stop rains. Even God, even William Ruto himself cannot do that. Even Raila himself cannot stop the.
But Mr. Minister, I'm not complaining about the rain. I'm not complaining about the rain. I'm complaining about the situation of Nairobi County. The situation of Nairobi County.
That's why I want you to relax, because you seem to be having a personal problem.
But your statement, you're complaining about the rains personally as a camper. I'm so proud.
I'm getting to your point in a few minutes. So before we give the next speaker, let me just try and educate you, Boniface. When you want to run for office next time, you have to also include some lies in your statement so that you can be elected. So if you think in your psychology that the women voted for Sakaja because of the dimples that he had, we can all remember what happened when Senator Sakaja was in Senate. Senator was regarded as the super senator because of the job he was doing in the Senate. The same thing we are seeing Sifuna is doing. Sifuna is now a super senator. You see, that's what happened.
Don't compare Sifuna with Sakaja, man.
Because he's not been given an office of governor and to one atafanya nini. So before you start
judging, can even be the president tomorrow.
No problem. You can be, because you know how to speak well, and you know how to speak to impress the people like you. That's why we vote for quacks in Kenya. We don't assess people, we just like how they talk. That's what people did to Sakaja in Nairobi. The people just looked at how Sakaja was defending the people in Senate, and they rushed to vote for him. Not the women who what wamesema ati sijui alivotiwa juu ya dimples. No, that's a lie, and we know majority of the people who vote in Nairobi. Of course, we know in the village, normally in Kisii and these other places, the people who vote majority are the old people and the women mostly. That's why you think,
Vincent, before you proceed, don't you think that statement of Boniface is belittling to women?
Yes, that's very demeaning to women.
Every vote should be able to count. We don't have a female and a male vote.
Yes, and I think Boniface should apologize to the women of this republic and the
women. They don't think, they only look at the beauty and the handsomeness of people, and that's why they vote.
And I think that's why Boniface should apologize to the women, including her mother, who voted for a member of parliament from his constituency that is not also performing. You see? So the problem with Sakaja, and I think Sakaja is also suffering from some problem. And this is one thing we must address as a people, that make sure when you go to school, don't just get the certificate, also get the knowledge. This is the problem that most of the Kenyans are suffering from. Even Simba Arati of PC. You might have attended school, which is okay. You might have attended class, you might be present in class, but you did not hear what the teacher was saying. And that's what Sakaja and other people are doing, the likes of Wavinya and Dethi and others, who are not spoken of, because even today, I think the floods almost hit hard the Machakos County more than Nairobi. Machakos County was the most hit.
Vincent, just a minute, just for clarification. You spoke something about certificate. You are talking very fast. Eh? Yeah, tell us more about what did you say? We did not listen to the teacher. Yes.
Certificate.
We are coming to that one next, because the deputy president talked of fake certificates and said that the main way of reducing the wage bill is to ensure we do away with them. This cabinet secretary Moses Kuria, I don't know which ministry is that, said that he is going to publish tomorrow a list of 2,100 public servants who have fake certificates. And of course, we're going to look at that. There are also changes that Korea have already proposed, that the civil servants are no longer going to be PB&P, that is permanent and pensionable, but they're going to be employed based on contracts. Of course, that is the next conversation that I want us to have and see how this one is going to affect service delivery. Because if that bill or that request by the cabinet is going to be approved, then we'll not be having people sitting comfortably there waiting, because it is permanent and pensionable. People will be working under contracts. Of course, I want us also to look into that. So as we wind up this issue of Nairobi and everything, so that we can move on to the other point that you raised, I just wanted to know your view on Sakaja. I was asking a simple question: does he have somebody behind him? I was to get to Felix, then Machoka, of course, I'm with you, because I know being a member of these political parties that allow you to understand political patronage will explain it better. So Felix, do you think somebody is behind Sakaja, or is just on his own?
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll just be brief and share my view. First, I will comment something Boniface didn't say. I think that some issues look basic when we debate them in terms of what makes them important. Like when you say what is so involved, I think that sounds a little bit sharp in terms of ideology.
We can't hear.
I think I'm not echo behind you.
Yeah, are you getting me there well?
Right now we can hear you.
Thank you so much. There's quite a lot of echo.
Yeah, if you have another gadget, just have one gadget.
Yeah, let me check. I think I'm better.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, I think let me make some little comment first from Boniface. I think there are moments when we are discussing some issues like this, some ideas which look quite trivial, we should be talking about. Let's say, like, just a good example, what you talk about Sakata being elected because of dimple. I think that look a little bit shallow in terms of looking down on women. I think if you look at our elections, it a lot of issues that goes down. Sakaja was not elected just as Sakaja himself, but the issues comes in and the people around him. So it's not about the personality itself. And this one also comes even down to how we function. You might find a lot of issues like what the question you ask. You might be a good person, but the moment you are elected, the people around you are large. You can't function properly because there is what we call a cartel. Everything is do according to how you go this. So there are so many things. Maybe honestly, I may not say what could be the reason, but if you look at what's happening, is a good friend with the president, is a good friend with the opposition. So that one makes everything boils down to in terms of being honest and truthful in terms of what he should do. If we look at all these, the big question that we should be asking ourselves is, do we have independent leaders who can do something genuinely knowing that this is the right thing? That is where we miss the point all. And I think that's where most of our leaders miss the point. And everything also boils to who is in charge. Just like, let's take example, just even in the house. If you have a father who does not give good example, it gives also spills even to those who are within that house. But that one does not mean everybody will do the same thing. So if you look at how government function, it starts with who is driving the government. But we know most election in Africa is based on how much money you have and the people who put you in power. So these people automatically, by the time you get power, you have to serve them. You have to serve their needs. And some of their needs boils in terms of you doing the right thing. Now, that one boils in terms of what do we need to change? And that is the big question. Even what we see happening in Nairobi, a tree falling down, nobody is able to work. That we have different departments, but they've already been guarded. They can't function properly because where they get direction, somebody they have to wait. People do not operate on their own. You know your responsibility, you have to wait. You don't operate in terms of what you need to do right. So as we talk about this, everything still starts with me. And as it starts with me, I think the duty and responsibility of even as I vote as a person, even if we are not to vote somebody else, the matrix might just be the same. Because in personality, it is not an independent mind. You may know the right thing, but because people around you, you want to serve them, automatically you can't function and you do the right thing. So as a country, we really have to speak. And we have to speak by giving, first, I need to be example, doing the right thing. That's us doing the best in terms of change in our country. Thank you. I think just a little input as I get about. This is important, and we have to start right away and with us.
Thank you so much. Those were a little bit of echo, but we managed to get you. So, Matoka, with you, I know you're politician. I just want to ask you this question directly. Maybe you can just mute. I just want to ask you this question directly. Maybe I just want to look at you directly and ask you. Do you think it is rumored, I know it is politics, that, Sakaja is looting Nairobi and sharing the loot with both Raila and Ruto? That is why the two gentlemen are quiet. And maybe to elaborate, it's a matter of fact that you cannot run Nairobi without the support of Raila and the support of the government. For you to run Nairobi smoothly, you need the Raila and the government in power to fully support you, or else you will not be able to run Nairobi. If Sakaja was looting Nairobi and he doesn't have support of Raila, then we would see Somebody to mute, sorry. Kimanzi, you can help in muting somebody who is not muted, if you don't mind. You will see the ODM MCs who are the majority sponsoring a bill to oust Sakaja or maybe to impeach him. If the same was happening without the support of the ruling party, then we would see the other side also coming up with an impeachment motion. But that one is not happening. How do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Mr. Leo, first of all, let's talk about the politics of integrity, because I think where we are heading as a nation is a very dangerous, let me call it a very dangerous direction, because Sakaja, from the rumors that we all have heard, we have not seen him being charged in a court of law. So we are also working from what we call the court of public opinion. And I saw Miguna say that from the report he is received about the buildings that Sakaja is buying all over the world, and the assets that he's putting all over the world, that might be true, because Nairobi is the only place that I can say the tax that we use as a country comes from. Nairobi is almost cater for almost let me say 60 something, almost 50% of the total tax that we collect in the country. So it means that when you put someone who has zero tolerance to corruption, and you put someone who has a soft spot and someone who is a politician, Sakaja is a politician, and a very sharp politician that people underestimate. Sakaja has managed, and I want to speak this with a lot of fear of contradiction. Sakaja has managed to put into bed Raila Odinga, and of course, as I said, and I'll repeat to say this, he doesn't have to bribe or to pay William Ruto, because by virtue of being a governor from his party, and the president is the one who controls the largest budget as the head of the executive and head of government, he doesn't need to be bribed because by numbers in the county assembly of Nairobi, ODM or all the minority the majority is from Raila's side. And the first thing Sakaja did was to make sure that he employs Raila Odinga's people into the various positions, CEC and the CEO position. And you saw what Rigathi said last time, and when they almost fell out. And you heard what he said the other day in Bomas of Kenya about the fake degree stuff, and pointed to the people who are seated in the podium. So I think Rigathi Gachagua knows something about what Sakaja is doing, and he knows the politics Sakaja is playing is very smart. And nobody will manage to oust him from Nairobi, because right now, if the government starts fighting Sakaja, the people of ODM in Nairobi defends him, and you know how the politics of tribe or whatever comes to play. You had wakati Rigathi alikuwa anaongea, the people started saying that the Kikuyus are fighting the Luyas in Nairobi. They don't want the Luyas to lead. And by the way, it's my opinion that since we've not given the Kikuyus a chance to lead Nairobi, I think this time we also consider giving them a chance, because I had a lot of hopes for Kidero. I had a lot of hopes for Kidero, but Kidero looted Nairobi. Kidero looted Nairobi with a smart mind, the same way Sakaja is doing. Sakaja is looting Nairobi using. I don't want to say something that can also be not a statement of fact. He's using some ladies. There's a lady friend of mine who once told me that there's a way Sakaja's friends.
That's the good thing why I normally like you. You give us first-hand information.
Yeah, they're moving information. They are moving money for Sakaja. They are those ladies. You know the ladies. Those ladies that move money for senior politicians. Wanaitwanga handlers. Those ladies are the ladies that are being given tenders, and they are being told how to move the money. Those are the rumors that we hear, and I'm sure from my heart, these political party groups that we share with these people who are close to government, they normally don't speak something that they don't know, because those ladies are in those groups and they always support. They say, Mimi, kuna deal alikuwa amenipea last time, but haijajipa. No. So there's a deal, there's a way he uses these people to move money out of the country. There's a way, anatuma mtu Dubai to do something, and then in Dubai, this lady buys a property in the name. So this is how these people are stealing money in Nairobi. And I'm very certain that Raila Odinga is silent, because Sakaja seems to know how to silence him. You know, when you study a politician for some time and you know how tactically to silence him using money, because obviously there's no other way you can silence Raila other than making sure that his businesses are thriving in Nairobi, making sure that his family is getting those tenders, making sure that their properties are not paying taxes. That's how you silence such kind of powerful people, by making sure that their businesses are thriving. You must still lazima upatie Raila pesa, because money is not his problem. His problem is how his empire is going to be protected for the next 100 or 10 to 50 years. That's what Sakaja has subscribed to, and he has sat in numerous occasions and numerous meetings with Raila, just because the bloggers and these people who know how to report are aligned to Raila or are aligned to Ruto. They fail to post such kind of information because they also are beneficiaries of such kind of looting. Sakaja has mastered an art of silencing those people who have influence. You know, the likes of Babuino, akiongea, there are people who know the interests in the seat of governor. So he's also playing politics. The people just see that as politics, and they don't care. But those people who can speak sense, the people who can leak information, they are silenced using the same thing I called.
What about Millicent Omanga business that were looted?
No, you know, leave the likes of Millicent Omanga and other people aside. We are talking about the person who is controlling a very big budget in Nairobi. And kina Omanga and wale vichuchu, tunaitanga wale vifaranga, no? Wale vifaranga wenye wanakula kidogo kidogo, no? Sakaja, I might be from his party, but I also don't like people who steal so much, you know. Corruption can never, we can never end corruption in the world, but we can also control corruption by making sure that the people like Sakaja never gets near to power. And I want to say this for the last time. when you want to run Nairobi, number one, when you want to run Nairobi, if you want to run it successfully,
Yes.
make sure that you have Raila in your pocket. As long as Raila Odinga is alive, if you want to run Nairobi, that's the thing that Sonko failed to do. Sonko failed to do. Sonko tried to play smart. Sonko tried to play smart politics, and that costed him the seat. If you want to play politics of Nairobi, make sure that Raila, who controls almost 60% of the votes of Nairobi, is in your pocket. And then the president or the head of executive, he's also your friend. He doesn't have to be controlled. You make sure he's just your friend, and he cannot just say anything to hurt you. That's how you can run Nairobi successfully. That's how Kidero survived for 5 years, because he was a friend of Raila and he was a close friend of Uhuru, and those people knew how the businesses were running. That's how the likes of Uhuru managed to start building the cities that you are seeing now flooding in Nairobi, and God is repaying them. So I think for you to run Nairobi and ufai kuwa na dreams, you are not supposed to have dreams of future, because right now Sakaja cannot run for any office. Nobody will trust Sakaja with power ever again, and that's how his dreams have been shattered. And anybody, Babuino, thinking of running Nairobi County must reconsider.
It is time for Michael Mbuvi Sonko now. Time for Sonko
to do what?
To rule governor.
No,
Nairobi.
Man, Sonko, you know, Sonko
that was the best
because
governor for Nairobi. I can assure
Sonko
you that.
Let me tell
even
you,
the Senate were discussing about that impeachment of Honorable Mike Mbuvi Sonko. As a combination, I always trust Mike Mbuvi Sonko, and
Sonko
he is back.
By the virtue. Let me just tell you something before you answer, Leo.
Yes.
Sonko was loved by the virtue of eating with other people. Like hakuwa anakula peke yake. He knows how to eat with people. He's a thief who knows how to eat with other people. So that means that his integrity is also zero. We cannot count him as a good person, because he knew how to steal and eat it with the poor. That's not how you run you run a government, by stealing and eating with the poor. That's not how you run a government. Kidero was a thief who thrived in running, in eating with politicians, the same way Sakaja is doing. Sakaja is eating with Nairobi MCAs, and that's why you've seen Alai. Alai can say all things but cannot touch Sakaja directly, because he's also a beneficiary of corruption. You see, Alai, the people we respected much, and we expected that they will help us run Nairobi County, because with his following on Twitter and other social media platforms, we expected him to be doing what the likes of Cyprian Nyakundi is doing, to expose the corruption that is being run in Nairobi. But what is he doing? He's also in bed with Sakaja. There's no single MCA in Nairobi who is against Sakaja. No single MCA, and I don't know even why. Hata wabunge juu Sakaja amekataa kukula na wabunge, ndio maana unaona wanapiga kelele. He's eating with those people who matter most, those people who has influence. The members of parliament cannot do anything.
Let me ask you one question. Who do you think is the best candidate for Nairobi government?
Nairobi should be run by national government.
Let me tell you, the only person who showed development for Nairobi County is Mike Mbuvi Sonko, even if he was not online with Raila Amolo Odinga.
Nobody did development in Nairobi.
Maybe I can help the two of you. When you want to know leadership, is not how many feasts you make, is not how many funerals you attend, or how many. Sonko, the first thing that failed him, Sonko was a governor, and the governor was having what is called Sonko Rescue Team, which was giving people water. So somebody with good mind will ask you, the role of the county government is to ensure that houses have got clean water. Then you have a governor whose role is supposed to ensure that the Nairobi County is giving you clean water. This governor is having an NGO called the Sonko Rescue Team to come and give you clean water to get some sympathy. Do you think that governor can run a county and ensure that this county provides water? So Sonko was more of a show up, and maybe I'm not in the debate, but I'm of the belief that Nairobi needs a manager, somebody who is not politically elected, somebody who
you know, Mr. Leo, I want to tell you, when you want to roll, you need to develop strategies. Sonko was a strategic man.
Develop any strategy in Nairobi. Just tell us any that he developed, then we can maybe proceed and give
the kind of development. Anything that you see in Nairobi was constructed by Mike Mbuvi Sonko. Even this drainage system you are having.
Boniface is lying a little bit. Strategies should be something that can be sustained. Yeah, Boniface, strategies should be something that can be sustained. Giving a handout is not a strategy. Is that one the strategy you are talking about? No, that is like a bribe.
Bonnie, to also add, nani amefungua mic?
Let's Felix finish.
Let me say.
Yes, I just wanted what Bonnie is trying to put across when he says Sonko had started. You see, sometimes it's good to look at things and you just face it the way it is. Like just what Leo has given as example. Like when you give people like a handout in terms of money, is that on a strategy? Something that does not long term. That is like giving handouts. You are just increasing some suffering to them. Is that on what you call strategy, Bonnie? That is not an insightful leader. You need to come with a plan that is sustainable. Something that is not short term. That is what we count as a leader. And most of the things that Sonko were doing were simply to hook the poor, and it's a short time plans. You give when there is a problem. Those are not strategy. Strategy are things that can be sustainable, even which outlives you. I think Bonnie, there you really need to rethink and put something that even if someone listens, something that counts. Yeah.
To add on that, to add on that, by the way, Bonnie, let me tell you, that's the same thing we are facing as Kisii County. We are having a governor. Let me give you a very honest scenario here. We are having a governor who was voted by a majority. In fact, he had, I think, he had 70% of the vote in Kisii County. Why? Because this governor, during campaigns, he used to dish out 1,000 to everybody who was attending his meetings. Everybody who had attended the Simba Arati's meeting was getting 1,000. So if you had a chance to go to a meeting of Simba Arati every week, you are guaranteed by the time the campaigns were over, you were to get around 10,000 for the 10 weeks of final campaigns. You could get 10,000 plus. But is that 10,000 in the pocket of these people until now? No. The second thing I'll tell you, Simba Arati right now is focusing on making sure that is bringing umbrellas. Is bringing umbrellas to those mothers who sell mboga along the road, so that you see a branded umbrella called Simba Arati. The second in Kisii, when you start from Keroka coming down to Kisii via Keumbu, you see umbrellas being written as Simba Arati the second, Simba Arati the second. That is manifest. That's the strategies you're talking about, because those umbrellas right now, I can tell you, majority of those umbrellas are not even standing, because majority of them are fake, and they are
Honorable
just.
Vincent, let me tell you what you need to do in Kisii is support Simba Arati.
Let me wind up.
That is the best governor for Kisii. That guy won while he was in Dagoretti.
Relax. Let me finish. Let me finish. That's the kind of things I'm talking about. That's the kind of things I'm talking about that Sonko used to do that make people think that he performed. If you put such kind of umbrellas on the road and someone is traveling, someone who has never been in Kisii ever, anapita Keroka anaona kai Simba Arati amefanya kazi, and ukifika Kiumbu you see some umbrellas and you say wow, and like that's how he wants people to see. He wants people to see the impression that the name Simba Arati is the one that is doing these things, but you're not seeing those developments in the people. He promised people that he said, even lied before the president, that I have built 123 ECD classes, but to your surprise, a single class was built. So when you hear these people hype and say that I have done 1, 2, 3, using their private, because I was told those umbrellas that Simba Arati was providing were meant for the campaigns, but they delayed to be imported from China. They were delayed in the port. That's why they have arrived now. He's trying to dish them in a strategy to show people that I am caring for these mama mbokas, I'm caring for this. That's how Sonko operated. Sonko alikuwa akiona shida, he sends a rescue team. They can even burn Gikomba the way they used to do. They burn, they set up a fire in Gikomba and send up a rescue team, and then put a video saying that I have done this and that. We can analyze Sonko from another perspective. He used to call someone, maybe deal in Aruka, and then he records you and exposes you because he knew people will believe him because he was the governor. That's how populist politicians operate. That's why in Nairobi, we don't even need a governor. We even need military to take over. We just need, we don't need people who are political at all. Nairobi needs a manager, someone who knows what they are doing. Some people who who don't even care. Even I don't think even the county assembly should be functional, because those people are just
But
doing
Vincent,
nothing.
what are you saying? How will the military support and carry on development in
Right.
Nairobi County?
I'll cut you people short. Honorable Vincent, I'll come back to you. Boniface, I'll come back to you. After Sonko was ousted, Nairobi was under military. That is when it was led by General Badi. Of course, we'll get an opportunity to look into what happened. But right now, I think we should not be so reactive. We should not be reacting to what is happening. That is how the leaders have understood us, that Kenyans are so reactive, something will happen. As the Honorable Machoka said, right now we're waiting for another disaster. Mambo ya Ogola and the whatever, imeshaisha, even after knowing that a cabinet secretary cannot constitute an investigative team, and there's no private citizen or civilian who can be able to call the military, and military respond and are there and maybe give them some information. So we know very well that that team that was constituted by somebody called Murkomen cannot do any investigation and cannot bring any report. But we're already out of that. We are today reacting to the floods that happened in Nairobi, waiting for another one. So of course, I'll give you time. Let me welcome.
No, there's a correction here.
Okay.
You are misleading the public. You are misleading the public.
Yes.
The Gazette notice by Kipchumba Murkomen was not meant to investigate the helicopter crash, and the only person, the only five-star general that is allowed constitutionally to constitute a team that can investigate such kind of a thing is the president, who is the only five-star general that we have
the
in the
president,
family.
who is anybody above them, because Murkomen doesn't rank anywhere. But what he was going to investigate? If maybe you help us understand.
Yeah, you know, we've had, by the way, we've had a lot of plane crashes. Not mpaka hii ya juzi ziligongana hapa karibu na Nairobi National Park. Such kind of things that people ignore and they end up being serious.
All of them. Is this one not? So what was the Murkomen gazetted member going to do specifically?
This is the same thing I am having. This is the same problem I'm having with Kenyans. Also, we also react the same way. So this thing of Ogola awoke everybody who was asleep. It awoke those people who use these planes that maybe hata si tutakufa before we don't even know it. So Murkomen also remember that I think it's time now. We should now investigate these kind of things that have been happening together with this one that has also happened, so that we avoid such kind of happenings in the future. But that was a misleading statement that Kipchumba Murkomen was constituting. That is a misleading statement, and I hope I'm correct.
Yes, it's a misleading statement, and again, that is a CS in your government. That is a CS in your government.
Boni,
the government belongs to all of us Kenyans, so the government doesn't belong to Machoka, the government doesn't belong to Guru, neither does it belong to Felix or Eli. So once we have the government of Kenya, we people who are identified as Kenyans, by nature of having that birth certificate or the identification that you have, the government belongs to you. So the only thing is that you can be pro or against your government. That is where we draw lines. So Eli, karibu sana. Of course, the first item that we were weighing on, I think the last 2 hours, you've seen what has happened in the country, and our capital is really flooded. You saw the kind of response, and people like Eric Omondi are the ones who are at least responding to evacuate people from distress. Yet we know very well that there's money that was set aside for disaster management. We are having a department at the county level that deals with disaster with the budget. And the meteorological department also warned and prepared people for this kind of rains. But the way they responded as if this thing got them with a shock. It is something that they were not expecting. So I don't know, what is your take on that? Do you think that the country at large is prepared for disasters, or we are just a country that is awaiting? We are just a death in waiting, so we will always be reacting. So far, over 50, I think. I don't have the exact numbers, but I only know of the numbers of the ones who are recovered in Madare. More than 3 already lost their lives. It was a bad picture. You saw the way women and children were on rooftops. And you can agree with me that these rooftops are also not strong enough. If you've ever gone to places like Madare number 10, and to make it worse, Madare number 10 is just opposite Isili Air Base there. So I don't know if we one of the roles of the army, if I'm not wrong, apart from protecting our borders, the airways and the water bodies and the land borders, they also respond to distress and provide some emergency services. But this thing happened right in front of their gate. So what is your take on that?
Thank you, Leo, and the rest of the panel. I'm not an expert on flooding and such natural disasters or man-made disasters, but for the tech exception, the way the responses have been towards that, first, I think one of the biggest problems we have is a planning disaster, because most of our towns and even the growing towns, I'm not overly obsessed about Nairobi the way most people are, because that obsession is part of the problem. We focus on Nairobi as if it is the alpha and omega of Kenya. We have many towns growing, and they already have a problem because they have been unplanned. And these towns that are growing, because there is no rigorous planning methods in these towns, will mean that we'll have disasters of various kinds in the future. I would concentrate on our towns in different places more than Nairobi, because I think Nairobi has been glamorized too much. And this is not to say that I'm offensive about Nairobi. It's just as if it is some kind of a bigger thing than the rest of Kenya or East Africa. I think that obsession is just part of the problem. Everyone wants to move to Nairobi. This is a big problem, this rural urban migration. Everyone wants to move to Nairobi, or could I just say most people want to move to Nairobi, and they know before they move to Nairobi that the job situation might not favor them, and the housing situation might not favor them, and whichever situation they get into, that now evolves into what natural disasters or man-made disasters they have, especially those who are struggling financially, those who I would say poor people. So this is part of the problem, because the rural urban migration and competition for property or space. I know a lot have been said about Athi River and places like that. In Kibaki's regime, the Kibaki that I have attacked here several times because of his electoral malpractice, but he had an economic philosophy which basically he supported his economic theories in terms of rural development and rural entrepreneurship more than urban. In fact, Kibaki would say things like "Nendeni nyumbani," and go and build your rural areas. Stop the obsession with Nairobi. Because can you imagine, the fewer people coming to Nairobi, then the lesser risks that have been exposed to people, for example, this week or last week in terms of this flooding thing. So as I said before, I'm not an expert on this flooding situation, but I believe that one of the ways that Kenyans can deal with this kind of things is planning. Planning is affected by serious corruption. I think Vincent talked about a military model of government in Nairobi. I think General Badi was part of that, and of course he brought his military personnel to run Nairobi when Gideon Bovi was overthrown as governor. Nairobi has had city commissions during the government, during the time of President Daniel Arap Moi, many commissions that were chaired by politicians. I mean, I remember Fred Gumo, for example, at one time was the chair of the Nairobi City Commission, which was a commission that was gazetted, and it meant that there was no mayor of Nairobi. I remember Andrew Gumba, who fleeced Nairobi and ended up somewhere in Sweden or Norway, I think. He ran that rural urban credit company and a few other things. And most of those people who were functionaries in the political system of Nairobi ran it down to the point where Moi just decided that Nairobi would be run by city commissions. So maybe those are kind of things that should be thought about. It's not just the military governance, but if the civilian rule of Nairobi has failed, then there has to be an open mind on how to run that city, because it's the center of everything. I now I will tend to cut back my comments earlier about being obsessed with Nairobi. People are obsessed with Nairobi, but in terms of the economic infrastructure of Nairobi, they can think of a way where this city can be run in different ways apart from just the so-called democratic governance that's currently in place. Because the problem with likes of Sakaja or the politicians that run that country, that government of Nairobi, is that they're guaranteed by the constitution unless they're overthrown. The reasonable chance of doing that is very minimal when you come from a so-called ruling party. You see, that's a big problem. And you see, you find that there is an MP who is now launching a campaign. I think it's Gerard Gay or someone is launching a campaign to bring a 7-year
Actually,
term.
it's already, I think it's already been taken to Senate, and maybe
Yeah.
as citizen, I don't know where we'll start, is a senator, Samson Cherargei, the Nandi senator, and they plan to increase the term limits from 5 years to 7 years. That is both president, the governors, the senators, the MPs, and the MCs. And apart from that, because he's wise enough, he wants everybody to support it. You've also said that they are going to ensure that they raise the minimum amount that is being sent to the counties from 15% to 40%. I think maybe that one is just a bait. And on it, they also plan that the CAS and whatever will have to be vetted by Senate, while ambassadors and the rest will have to be vetted by the National Assembly. And the impeachment cases of governors can only be challenged in Supreme Court.
Yes, and people are laughing at this. They think it's a joke, but this can pass very easily. I'm not laughing at it because I think it is serious. And in fact, I'm more concerned about if this passes and those devolved governments get 7-year, term. This is a very, very serious thing. And that's why I think that at some point, people need to start thinking about what is it that worked in the years back. Because in some of those Nairobi City Commissions, some of those models of governance that Moi brought in Nairobi worked, not all of them. And I remember that even the way the functions of the city were placed, some of those some of the ways that those were done in Moi days was much better than what you see now in a digital era. It's very confusing to find that today in a devolved situation, Nairobi fails in many ways. I am not obsessed with this city of Nairobi because I believe that part of progress is to just plan your local areas very well, your towns. But if you don't, you're just going to end up like Nairobi, which, as you've seen, how it has ended up in the last few days. So yeah, that's the only contribution I can make because I'm not an expert about these events such as flooding and so on. My main strand of thought is that It's poor planning, and the poor planning is because of corruption. Thank you.
And to add on that, before we jump to another thing, I think poor planning is something that will need, I don't know which kind of force, because at a place like Kibra, is a problem to the country, and I don't know how we will ever get out of that problem until we make a decision as the public that we want change in Kibra, in these Kawangware, these places, Mukuru, Koruben, the pipeline. Those places, in fact, very soon, I think, with these kind of floods, we are going to see and I told Leo here that we are about to see calamities, and maybe we are about to see houses collapse because of this kind of flooding, because we've seen the incompetency and the corruption that has led to the buildings that are being risen in pipeline, and that is going to be a crisis very soon, because if these floods get to pipeline and those waters float for a day, some foundations of some houses are going to fail, and we are going to see problems in pipeline. And there are houses in pipeline that host about 600 people in one house, and outside the house there's another people building small mabati houses there, and they live about 3 per house. So I think the problem of planning, if we cannot make a decision that towns like Paris made in the 1910 or 1950, they made decisions and made sure that they evacuate people and planned the town properly. That's the only way we are going to plan Nairobi, because the cartels have grabbed every piece of land that is in Nairobi. There's no way we can plan Nairobi without a plan. If I were that Cherargei idiot who is trying to push for the constitution amendments, and I will take him on that, and I hate people who try to touch the constitution. And I told you here before, even if you are from my party, even if I voted for you, I will never agree with a thing called changing the constitution. Not even William Ruto himself can dare do that, and I support him, and I will never agree to that. And Samson Cherargei should be the one we as Kenyans be looking for and stone him, because those kind of remarks are the kind of things that we as a people must disagree to. We need those terms to be lowered to 4, not increased to 7. If they can change that, and some leader decides tomorrow to take such kind of a bill to parliament and say, let's lower these terms to 4 years, I will wake up in the morning and go parade myself in the village and start campaigning for such kind of a referendum, because those are the kind of things we want to hear from our politicians. This cycle of 5 years is even making some leaders get extremely rich. We want to remind them, the moment you get to office, the 3rd year should be reminding you that you are exiting office, so that they do their job. This 5-year term is giving them 2 years in between there to relax and steal money from the public. In fact, I can use a good example. If you, for example, were elected in 2022, you pretend in the first year and 2023 to try and show people that you are working. But in 2024 and 2025, you make sure you steal enough money so that you prepare for the campaigns in 2027. That's the kind of cycle that we are creating. And now Cherargei is proposing that we increase that term to 7 years. That's very, 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 very foolish. And I will disagree to that with totality. And that's why I'm saying, with such kind of thinking from our leaders, how can we plan the city of Nairobi? How can we plan our cities? How can we plan the city in Nyanza if that's the kind of thinking that we have from our leaders? And also distinguish that kind of claim from Cherargei. We cannot increase allocation of counties to 40% and give these corrupt governors money that so that they can keep buying buildings in Asia and Middle East. We cannot allow that. That, as a people, we should say no to such kind of things, because if we continue devolving funds to these people, I can tell you, and because the reason why I use Governor Simba Arati as an example is because I have people who work for him. The moment Simba Arati took oath of office, 2 weeks into power, 2 of his friends that are not even educated managed to buy Range Rover Sport. They managed to buy, and I have never understood how they bought those Range Rovers, because they never had them. So those are the kind of things that we must say no to. And that one, even if I voted for you, even if I woke up every morning to campaign for you, I will go against you, and I will make sure I lead a campaign against you. And we will stone you if you come to our village to campaign about that. And that's how my village is. You can never bring such kind of a narrative when I, as the youth leader, is present. I will never allow that. So I think, Leo, we must, as these leaders try to create these magical bills that they want to excite masses with, and you want to impress your boss. He does those things for attention. He does not do them when he mean them, because he does them for attention from the president. So he's doing that also.
You know, the first time that the term limit bill is coming, immediately after elections, there's a certain member of parliament who tested waters, and people thought that this person was mad, and he was dismissed. And people did not know, Kenyans, I and you did not know that he was just testing waters and preparing the way for somebody who will now package the bill very well. Maybe, Eli, unless you want to interject, we can hear from Buru.
One second. We might be stupid as Kenyans. We might be foolish when it comes to electing these leaders. But when it comes to things that affect Mwananchi, especially that constitution, that document that protects us, because there's nothing that we have as a people. It's only that paper. If something touching that constitution comes to the people, I swear, and I will swear here before God, not even the combination of Raila and Ruto will move Kenyans to vote for that thing. Never. Nobody will agree to that. I think that will be the downfall of those two individuals if they try pushing such kind of a narrative again. Raila learned from Kibaki, from Uhuru's BBI. Let him not again try to force this kind, because I saw in his proposals that they will be created a permanent office of the prime minister.
Office for the prime minister.
Yeah, those are silly things that they have hidden between that kind of a bill, so that they bring now their things to increase salaries for themselves, to increase allowances for themselves. Those are silly things that we must not allow as a people. Even if we are taken as foolish during voting, let's stand together and make sure that if they want to change the constitution to affect the term limits, it should be discussed to lower the term, not to increase the terms.
I get you.
Okay.
So, Eli, you want to say something? There's something that maybe I forgot to highlight. You've reminded me. In the same proposal, they plan to create the position of the prime minister. And this one should inform you that that person like Jeff, who will not be happy with increasing term limit to 7 years, might find something that will make him happy. Maybe they'll tell him, okay, apart from that, this 40% is good for you. Counties have been getting 15%. Now we want the counties to get 40%. But that person who would want to oppose that, they'll tell them that we're going to create the office of the prime minister. Do you know who is going to occupy this office? Maybe the person who is going to come second in elections. So people will feel like, oh, this is good. I become second in elections. I become a prime minister for 7 years. At the same time they're doing that, there's a memo that was sent from the cabinet, the Ministry of Moses Korea, that is planning. They proposed to do away with permanent and pension. So all the civil servants will have to be paid, or will have to be recruited on contract terms. As they try to increase their term limit for the other workers, they want to tell you that now there's nothing like permanent and pension. PP, we're now going to employ you on contract form. And you know very well, most people prefer working in government because of the permanent and pension part of it. If somebody tells you today to choose between going to a private institution, which will pay you better, people will always choose to go to government because they say, this one is paying me better, but I can always be dismissed anytime. But in government, it will not pay me better, but it is permanent and pensionable. So now they want to do away with that as they increase their term. Eli.
On your last round of thought there about contract-based, employment, those are neoliberal policies that were eventually going to take place in Kenya, because they're all trying to have a kind of a universal thing that is copied in every country. So that's not a surprise. But in terms of this matter of planning towns or cities, I would say if you look at the example of Rwanda, and I know that we keep referring to Rwanda as a model example that can be copied across Africa, even though we know that the Rwandese dictator, just puts people in prison, is accused of allegedly killing his opponents and so on and so forth. There's also the theory that it was because of him that the genocide happened in Rwanda. But if we look at the the way he manages development in that country, there is kind of zero tolerance in even town planning, urban planning, and this is very important. We shouldn't assume that other countries out of Africa are the only ones who can do this. And this is not an attack to anyone on the panel or anyone watching this. This is just to say that the example of Rwanda, and to be honest, me, I am 100% against Paul Kagame in many other things, but in terms of his focus on zero tolerance, to the point where he even sent his own brother to jail some few years back, is what is lacking in Kenya in terms of culture change about this. Because right now, as we are talking here, we know someone in our family, in our friendship circles, in those who are faith-based, people they know. We know someone out there who is stealing from the till of the public purse, we know. And so we know that the culture change is difficult, but we know that we can replace this. I mean, even in the likes of, countries like Taiwan, Singapore, Malaysia, they just decided they've had enough. And the way they progressed their countries, zero tolerance was a big thing, It's not like putting posters outside government buildings saying that this building is a zero tolerance site for, an anti-corruption zone and all that. No, action, okay? So this is just the big problem in terms of urban planning. And the moment we speak about it here, it means we are putting pressure. Anything we say on this platform is a contribution towards progress in the country. We may not be right. We're not always right. We can disagree with each other. But I think those people there's a day we were discussing something here, and the next day the purported president was talking about it. And I swear he spoke the things we were talking about here word for word. Okay? So these people are watching. I remember when Mutembei was running his YouTube thing, the purported president said that he watches Mutembei TV openly. So it's the same situation. These people watch this thing. So I believe that what we speak of here helps them to listen to what Kenyans are saying, young Kenyans, older Kenyans, and speaking the truth about how they feel, whether they're in Kenya or abroad. This issue of corruption is something that we have to speak about every single day, because the moment we stop speaking about it, we're lying to ourselves. So whereas we talk about things like tribalism and natural disaster and also so on and so forth, people dying, but tribalism, corruption is the deadliest thing that we have. And there's no way we're going to speak about campaigning against mediocre governance if we're not talking about corruption. And I'm telling you, from surveys that have been done many times, Kenyans are more corrupt than many countries in Africa. In fact, we are competing. We just want an Olympics race with Nigeria for corruption. That's what we want, because that's what we are doing. I mean, we're just behind Nigeria. Sometimes I think even we're far ahead of Nigeria in the corruption index, because we should have learned by now from the devolved governance that were triggered by the 2010 constitution. This is now, we're talking, I think, from 2013 to now, when all these governors had, placed in office. We should have learned by now what has happened in Nigeria, for example. For all those years, they've had their federal system of governance, and how many of their governors have been jailed either abroad or within Nigeria in terms of the issue of corruption. So that should have been just an exercise that Kenyans should have known by now. But the problem we still have, which I think we will overcome in the next few years, is that you know, the usual suspects still run the show, and I think that's a major problem. And these usual suspects, they're in all the 3 or 4 major political parties. It's a big problem. It's a big problem. Now, my comment about this flooding that is happening in Nairobi, a city which I'm not too overly obsessed about. I looked at a video. I saw a video there by this comedian called Eric Omondi, and I think I was impressed. I don't care whether he was marketing himself for 2027. I don't care. I think that he gave an incredible, you know, the way he acted in the last few days, supporting people. He doesn't care what tribe you are, and he just mobilized people. He used his time where he could have been elsewhere cracking jokes and making money. So these are the people that we should take more seriously, you know, moving forward, because they're helping when people need the help that they deserve. My last comment about planning is maintenance. I am not an engineer or technical person, but what I know from how we behave in terms of the things that we build, the structures that we have, is that maintenance is one of our biggest disasters that we literally open up for ourselves, because we build all these fantastic structures, and then within a year, 2 years, you can see that the maintenance of those structures is not good. Do we blame this on corruption or politics, or is it just, I don't want to call it laziness because I don't know. A lot of the time people blame funding, or contracts are not permanent between the persons who give out the tenders and the contractors and so on and so forth. There is corruption, of course, in the tenders, tenders that are announced out there, especially if they're government tenders and so on and so forth. But you find that maintenance is a major thing in most buildings in our country, especially public sector buildings or schools. And you find that most schools, even the ones that have modern modern toilets and things like that, that something as basic as that has not been planned properly. And it saddens me that, not because I'm living in Europe, but that Wazungu have to come to our country to build toilets in villages, to help us to paint walls in a school, is something that we really need to redeem ourselves from. I'll give you an example. I travel to Kenya quite often, and my latest travel was in February, and I was extremely disappointed with myself that I had to take sanitary towels to a school in my village because some children in that school cannot go to school because they cannot afford these towels. Is a disaster that we create ourselves. So if you ask me that question about philanthropy, why do Kenyans not support their communities, or why does government not take these children as a priority? they can have a motorcade that stretches from Sijui, Kisii to Oyugis when they're going to these stupid rallies, these funerals and so on. By the way, why do we have so many government-related meetings? I've never seen anything like it. I've gone to many developing countries where a president or public officers don't have to attend on a daily basis some event, and people just giving speeches and speeches endless. Meanwhile, there are children who cannot afford sanitary towels. Is a very, very stupid thing, and we cannot blame the West or the East for this kind of problem that we have. I think it's just a change of culture. What is it that we want? Are we asking the right questions? I went to a local parish and I asked them. I asked the local priest. I'm not even a faith person, but I went there. Someone said, look, go and talk to Father so-and-so. And he told me, give me 2 weeks. But within a week, I had boxes of things to bring to a rural school in Kenya. And I asked myself, why should I do this? Why? Why should I do this? Why? Is the questions we need to start asking ourselves. Because, and I direct this to Leo, because Leo, you are going to be a politician. You said here recently that that you want to maintain some order, you want to change the lives of people in your constituency and so on and so forth. You're an ODM life member. I don't know whether it's life membership or whatever. Kudos to you. But these are the questions we need to ask. Why is it that we have to do this kind of things when it is the job of the state to do this kind of things? So we were talking about wastage here of public resources, and Ruto spoke about it the next day. And I hadn't listened to this man's speech, but he copy-pasted the things we were talking about here and how we were talking about them. So whether he has some spies here who report back to him, or whether he watched what we were saying, because he's not he's not indispensable. I mean, he's a Kenyan, so he watches these things. And word for word, he spoke the way we were speaking here. Okay, so we need to keep on keeping on challenging this state that keeps attacking its citizens and trying to improve the lives of our citizens. I'm sorry if that sounded like a preaching conversation, but I had to, because I was very, very bitter this last time around when I took things to Kenya. It really annoyed me. Plus, I had to pay extra luggage charges at some airport here, and they told me, okay, this is you're taking this to Kenya for charitable purposes. Okay, we'll remove at least 40% of the charges. That's fine. But I still paid 139 euros for my.
What about paying for food separately? Did you use
Say again, sir.
Kenya Airways?
Sorry.
Did you use Kenya Airways? Currently, you have to pay for meals separately.
No. I used Qatar Airways.
Next time, use Kenya Airways.
No. I flew with Qatar from the UK to Kenya, and they were more reasonable because they give you 46 kilos of luggage allowance. Okay, so 23. And then the rest, because I carried 80 kilos of things, I think my own things were about 5-10 kilos. So I carried 80 kilos of things, and the rest I paid, through their, they kind of removed some higher bill, like some premium, and they decided that they cut the bill down for me. Because me, I always try to save some money. I don't like to waste money. Money is not there to be wasted. So wananiita huku wananiita Elimaina. Unasikia hiyo mburu? They call me Eli Maina.
Just because
So,
you save.
yeah, I save. I try to save, and especially now, this was a philanthropic gesture. I saved. You know, I made sense of what I did. But what happened is, I was really disappointed that we still have to do this. You know, that our governments don't think that our people, the people of Kenya, need to live in a certain way. Is really a pathetic thing that we're still doing in Africa, and it sometimes sounds like because we're here we can say that, but I think even if I was in Kenya, I would say that my battery is going down to 1%, so I'm going to charge it and I'll join you guys soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll get it to Muru. I know you've really patiently waited. Machoka, allow Muru just a minute, then you'll continue after that. You know, if he doesn't speak, he might fall asleep. Muru.
Yes, Mr. Leo, I've been quiet for quite some time.
Yeah.
But I had to listen to that very impressive submission from Mr. General Ogora. I liked your submission and how you put it down very calmly. And I believe that is the kind of conversation we want people to hear out there. I'll start with a point you touched on, the point of corruption. Corruption is the dragon that is bringing down the nation of Kenya. And I have to start by saying, we who are not in leadership positions, apart from pointing fingers to the leaders, we have to start by hating corruption and anything that is related to that. Because we talk as if we are innocent when we are not. We talk as if we hate corruption, whereas we support corruption. And when our leaders are corrupt or are touched, having corrupted our country, we feel aggrieved. We even talk in their support. We even defend them, showing how clean they are. That means even when or if we get in those positions, we're gonna behave the same, which is very unfortunate. So even before we talk of Sakaja and the corruption of Sakaja, the question I should be asking myself, if I, Jeff, becomes the governor, would I do the same? Would I be corrupt, or would I be a different kind of a governor who will not touch money that does not belong to him, who will be satisfied with the salary? You, as our viewers, if you get to a position where you have the money, can you be trusted? Because we always hold positions, even in the church, even in Chama, but still we are not even trusted. Even at the workplace, some of them are accountants, others are cashiers, you know? So I have worked with people, and I can tell you, people to a greater extent, they are not honest, they cannot be trusted, they have no values, they don't care about even their faith. Because somebody is a typical Christian. On Sunday, that person is singing and praying in tongues, but make a mistake of giving that person a position where they can access money. You will wonder whether this person is the same person you saw singing in the altar.
Leo, I hope Leo doesn't turn like that. Leo.
You see,
I hope Leo doesn't turn like that when he becomes.
It's only a miracle. It's only a miracle that will happen. Because we have already set a very bad precedence that I go to the position of leadership to enrich myself, not to serve. We have very few servants in the nation of Kenya. We just have thieves. Majority of them, they are there stealing. And this is why I complained when we added the positions of governance to 47. And I said, we have put, or we have adopted for ourselves 47 thieves. Nobody in those counties, you can say that is clean and is managing our finances the way they are supposed to be managed. And that is why I was saying, anybody who is making any proposal, the proposal number one would be to reduce the number of county governments. Because the more governors we have, or the more county governments we have, the more thieves we are sustaining. Then number two, we have to put systems that hate corruption, systems that not just, we have systems, yes, but they are not seen to be doing what they are supposed to do. We are corrupt everywhere. Sometimes I wonder if we should hire judges from America. That way, then I'll be told, oh, I'll be told you are not patriotic, or we hire judges from UK.
No, President Moy used to do that.
Because, let me tell you, good people, you go to prison, the prison wonders they are corrupt. You go to police, the police are corrupt. You go to the courts are corrupt. You go to the politicians, even the ones we say they are the ones who are fighting for Kenyans. I have just heard, I was listening to you people saying how Sakaja has managed to manage the president and manage the Raila Odinga. Then I was asking myself, then where do we go to? Where are we going to get the help for? So we have to hate corruption. We have to hate corrupt leaders. And we have to call corruption as it is. Whether, the problem, we allow our politicians to position themselves as semi-gods. We love them so much. I don't know, Mr. Ogora, at what point I can follow you, support you, to the extent that even when you do wrong, I will see nothing.
No, that's not correct. That should never happen, and I support you on that, because
so
what happened? What happened? Two seconds. What happened in the current so-called government? I'm sorry, I don't support it. This so-called government, but what they did, their philosophy was they come in with an amnesty model where corruption cases must end. So you find people who have been accused of murder, people like Aisha Jumwa, Didmas Baraza, Babu Wino, who almost killed someone. There's so many people also with multiple corruption cases, apart from these other criminal cases. When Ruto came in, he decided that he has to give an amnesty to corrupt people and people with other felonies. It is an amnesty government, basically. That's what it is.
Now,
they've thrown every case, okay? That is the model of God. So there is no way this one can help people, this amnesty government, because let's pretend that we can understand why they did this. That they think if people are given an amnesty and, for example, they can return the money they stole, things might change. Let's say that is what they hoped. But what have they got from that? The reverse, because it became worse. In fact, you can see how he appointed his so-called cabinet. There was none of them who recorded a small figure in their bank accounts. All of them had, extremely inflated their worth, so that in the future they may not be accused of corruption. So that is the second thing they did. Now, in Rwanda, I don't think you can do that. It's why I said maybe we need some kind of benevolent dictator.
So,
I don't know. You tell me.
When I think of my country, Kenya, and corruption, sometimes I feel like crying because we are talking of developing a nation or developing Africa. Unless we change the attitude, the perception about life, we are not going anywhere. Because the moment I become a leader, I am thinking on how I'll become a billionaire so that everybody can see me as a great person. We celebrate riches. We celebrate, we bow down to money. And that's the big problem.
But you're describing, so what's the solution?
So,
because I'm trying to get a solution here.
We are
by
going,
giving,
we are proceeding. Just the other day, I think yesterday but one, I was stopped by a police here in America. When I saw them put those lights, the sirens, the first thing that came in my mind, are they following me? Then I saw they are. The first thing that came in my mind was, are my documents in order? What comes in mind in a Kenyan when you see the police or when they stop you? Do I have 50? Do I have 50? Do I have 50 shillings? Do I have 100 shillings that I can give them?
Leo anatoanga maelfu.
So when I stopped, the first thing I had to think of, where is my insurance? Where is my driver's license and the other documents? And I had one mistake, which I don't have to mention. Then he asked me, do you know why I've stopped you? I said, no. He explained, and he gave me time to explain myself and to show him the documents. And there was nothing else. And this happens. What am I saying? That I wish our country one time or one day you'll be in a position where you don't think of corruption. You don't think of where to get money to give to who, so that things can be done for you. That is one thing that I just wanted to talk about, corruption. I still don't have solution, because if it is laws we have. But who are the implementers of those laws? They are corrupt, just as the people they are supposed to judge. What is the solution? We have to change our attitude. We have to change our perception. We have to know that we are building a country not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. And that is what occupies the Wazungus. They don't think so much about themselves. After all, how many years will I be on this earth, Leo? Even if I own, like Kenyatta had everything, almost a quarter of the nation of Kenya. Where is he? Who will also go? It is vanity. I wish we can put aside our selfish interest and we focus on building the nation. Then everybody do what they're supposed to do. If I am a judge and you have a case, I will not try to beat aloud the bush to save you. Simply because we have talked on the side and you have given me money. That is what happens. In Kenya, Leo, we had a case, a very serious case. And we were given a hint that the judge who was going to rule on our case was seen in a meeting with, you call them lawyers, we call them attorneys, with a lawyer from the other side. And we requested that the judge recuse himself. But he refused. And he went ahead to rule against us. That's the kind of the nation. We already had a hint that he was given money. That was during Moi's time. We had nowhere to go. We had nothing to do. And our Shaba was almost taken away. So that is the kind of the nation that we live in. Especially if you don't have money, many people have lost their properties. Many people have lost their land because of corruption. I mean, we need to change. I don't know what to say more about that, but it has to start with the citizens. Stop bribing police. Stop giving money so that you can be employed. I mean, don't give money to people when they don't deserve it. Leo, I want to give you a case study. I went to Nyayo House around 2005, 2006, around there. And I was going for a mission in Malawi. And we were a team of 7 people.
Yeah.
I was going there, Nyayo House, to get my passport. They told me to come on Friday. I went on Friday. They told me come on Friday. They kept postponing every time I go. But I would see people coming.
You to give the logo, yeah?
They give their documents with the envelope, and the same day they get the passport. But for me, I used to be there for almost a month, simply because I didn't want to give money. All my friends that we were supposed to go with, they had come from different parts. They got tired. So they were not coming even to check for the passports. And I got offended because I am one of those people who are not afraid of anything, especially when it comes to my rights. I got offended. And I said, today is the day that I'm going to cause drama in this place. So I waited there. And the time to cross came. They told me, young man, what are you still doing here? We have crossed. The police guy came and told me, we want to cross the doors. I told him, no, I'm not going. I'm waiting for my passport. I've been coming here every day and they have not produced my passport. So instead of telling me to go out, go tell them to bring my passport. And please don't try to push me because you don't know who I am. And he was like, who are you? I said, that is not your business. Go tell them to bring my passport. So he asked me the name of the person. I gave the document. I knew the name. And he told me he's in a certain office. He told me, go upstairs because I have to cross. So I met that guy coming down down the stairs. I held his hand and I told him, Mr. So-and-so, you are not going. It was around 6. You are not going anywhere without producing my passport. I didn't know even the seniors were still there. If they're listening to me, they will remember because there was one of the senior guy came and was like, what's happening here? There was serious commotion. Everybody came out of the office and told them, you people, you are so corrupt. I have been here for almost a month and you have not produced my passport. Now today you have to give me. So the senior guy came and told me, oh, young man, can you tell? I told him, don't call me young man. When you people, you are corrupt. He told me, please, can you explain to me what is going on? And I told him, he told them, all of you, can you go back and produce that passport? I told him, it is not one. I need 7 passports, even for my friends. These people, I told them, I have been seeing people are giving you money, you produce passports. But because we refused, that is why you have kept us here for all that time. So what am I saying? The revolution that we need in Kenya is not the revolution of changing government. It's the revolution of doing what is right and refusing to do what is wrong. When they ask you for that, for money to release your car, you have a video. Tell them, I'm not giving you the money and I'm taking the video. And I'm going to show the world that you are corrupt. The police will stop to corrupt. When you go to workplace and instead of give you the job, either they want to sleep with you or they want you to give you money. Expose them. That is why we have the social media. That is why we have all these TVs that we are opening here. We have to start now sanitizing our nation, building the right characters and personalities. Because if we don't do that, we will just come and pass, and the same problems we are witnessing today, we are going to leave them to our children. We have to change. We have to refuse to be corrupt. We have to bring a revolution of calling a spade a spade. If you are corrupt, you are corrupt. We hate you. We reject you. We don't vote for you. Because, Leo, I have listened to somebody, and I wanted Kimanzi to be here. He was saying how good Sonko was because he was sharing with the people. Surely. I want to tell you here today, there are
sharing the loot with the people, yeah?
There are very few people who have worked very hard through the sweat, who can just get millions of money to go sharing with the people. But if I am stealing somewhere, I will pretend like I'm sharing with you simply because I want to be popular. That is not the kind of leadership that we want. Before you give me your 500, the first question I should ask you, where has it come from?
Right now, somebody can ask that one here in Kenya?
That is the problem. It should reach a point where they should come with bundles of money. We tell them, go back with it. We don't need it. That is when the politicians will start to change. But what happens? Oh, we sing for them. We dance for them. We clap for them. What will stop them from stealing from us? Imagine, Vincent, nakuibia pesa yako, halafu nakuja sasa wakati umefilisika na kupatia kidogo ya hiyo siku, unanipigia makofi na unasema hakuna mtu kama Joyfrey. That is what we does. That is what we do. That is very unfortunate. I have gone to offices here in America. You don't think of corruption. It is a thing of the past. I am telling you the truth. I have gone to courts. I have gone to places. I have gone to, offices where I'm supposed to give money if it was Kenya. But that is something you cannot even think about. I have had cases. I have had accidents. But corruption, I have never witnessed in this nation. I wish one day we will reach there. And you know how rich our nation is. Kenya is very rich. But how many people are rich? How many? Very few. Today, we have minerals in Kenya. Don't think we don't have minerals. But they don't even tell us exactly what we have and where those minerals
how we can use them. That is good.
Even the field that we are digging, I don't know, into Turkana, we don't even know the quantities and where they are right now in exploring. Yet, these are products that are supposed to be enjoyed by the entire country. We have become a nation of darkness. People don't get the right information. Nobody tells the people what they are doing. But we claim that we are still progressing. We are not progressing. We are still mark timing. It has been like this from independence. We have grown in these problems. Now we have grown old. Soon we will die. And leave the same problems. Vincent, you can proceed before I take up.
Leo, this is a very interesting topic, and I usually refer to my community because I think our forefathers had a lot of information and they predicted the future. There's a saying in Kisii that I will demonstrate. I will not even say it. That whenever you're pointing someone, the fingers that point to you are many than the fingers that you are pointing at someone. And for those who are looking at the screens, this is the exact thing I'm saying. I'm pointing you as a corrupt person using my one finger, and the three fingers that are pointing at me, I'm not even seeing them because my mind is at you. What were these people implying when they were saying such kind of a thing? They were trying to educate us that whenever you think that your friend is the bad one, look at your character first. Are you honest? Are you really doing the right thing before you ask someone to do the right thing? I think, God willing, me and Leo might be sitting in parliament together in 2027, and God willing, I'm going to run for me. I'm going to run for member of parliament, and my member of parliament is already scared of what I can offer because I was in the middle of the campaign of making sure that he secured the most votes that a member of parliament can ever secure in this country. Leaving the second candidate by over 30-something thousand votes, that was I think 90% win, and it really happens. And I told him before that if you go to parliament and change, I will unseat you, because that's how I behave. I don't support people who go and change. That's my problem, and I usually don't like when someone betrays what I say. So I think before I point at you, I usually look at myself. What in my life is meant or is built by corruption? I will give an example. Last week, a friend of mine called me. We were creating an organization for my former high school alumni, so that when there is a problem, we come together and collect funds for someone and try to comfort him or her, or when they lose their loved ones. And we decided that because we are collecting so much money per month, this money cannot just be lying in the bank, and we know how Kenyans are with their long hands. Let's try and create something so that we also try and do something behind the scenes and make this money useful, because whenever the money is lying in the bank, someone is planning on how to steal it. So they were asking me, because I normally do research on about almost everything that I need, and I usually get information beforehand. So they were asking me, what are the procedures of registering an organization in Kisii? And I called a friend of mine who works in an office they call it socio something in Kisii County. They told me, that's a very easy thing. You don't need to come with the whole team, because constitutionally you're supposed to go there, or I don't know which laws or which acts that say that you're supposed to go with at least 15 members with their original IDs. You're supposed to go there with the minutes. You're supposed to go there with the constitution, and at least 3 executive members. So when this guy, I was calling this guy, and he told me that you don't have to go there with those 15 members. You just need to go there yourself with some minutes. You don't need other things. You just need photocopies of these IDs and minutes, and you don't need the constitution. And I asked him, how are they gonna read the rules? And before they even make a certificate for us, how are they gonna know what we want for a certificate? They said you just pay them 2,000 and the job will be done for you. Even the constitution will be provided for you. I asked them, is that a fee that is chargeable by the government? He told me that's chai. Well, unakuja unanunua chai ya 2,000, you can even take the certificate home with you. And when I was reporting back to the leadership of the organization, I told them the exact thing. I told them, if you want your certificate to delay for a month, just go there and don't pay anything. But if you want to go home with your certificate, take your 1,000 of chai with you, and you are assured of everything being in order. I don't know if the guy complied to that, because I told them, please, if you respect yourself, don't agree to any bribe. Or if they ask you for bribe, just try and record them. That's the same thing Jeff has said here. But in Kenya, sometimes when you try to record a government official, you might end up dead in some forest. And that's the reason why most Kenyans fear recording people. And I personally don't even ask someone. I will not dare ask someone to record a government official who try to ask them for bribe, because you are risking your life. Yeah, you are risking your life thinking that you're going to make something go to the public. That thing might not even get out of that office, because even that phone, you might not go with it home. So those are the kind of things we are facing as a country. And the last time I was talking about corruption here, there's something I said, and some people disagree with me, but I will always repeat that, and I will say, and I will repeat again. Until we dismantle EACC, until we disband DCI, until we disband that office of the DPP, we can never win the own corruption, because those guys are friends.
Because EACC currently gives us a report of the most corrupt, departments, and that is their role, to deal with corruption. Yes. But with them, they are now doing a survey. They've
become something like a survey company. They are just their job is to gazette every week that Sakaja has stolen this. The former governors stole a certain amount of money. I don't know if the constitution, I've never read that act of EACC, whatever. But I believe that there's a lot of things that our member of parliament are failing to do. And I hope me and Leo, if we meet in parliament in 2027, sitting in opposite sides of the parliament, even if you are the junior MPs, I usually hear even in parliament, it's very corrupt. You cannot even get a chance to talk when you are a young and new MP. you have to fight for your space. And I think we are going to utilize that space to try and make laws so that we make sure that those bodies that are meant to fight for Kenyans, especially the little money that we collect. You know, I might not be collecting $1 million the way other companies are collecting, but my 10 bob is being collected every day in form of VAT. That money, I think 3 or 5 bob goes directly to a certain cartel, to a certain corrupt individual. And by the way, hiyo issue umesema Jeff, juu ya passport. My brother wanted a passport last year. He was told he applied the passport here in the house in January last year, and he was told to go for, I don't know what they call that process. He was scheduled to go there on September from January to go to fanya nini on September. And I asked him, so is it that difficult for you to apply and get that passport? I don't know the photo or is a signature or is the fingers that they want to kutoa vidole. Those things. He was told that he should go to the Nyayo house in September. And someone told him, well, you enda kesho and take with you 10,000. Utarudi na passport kesho yake. So I thought that was a joke. In fact, because my brother needed that passport so urgently, he went to Nairobi and tried to go to that office. Those guys did not listen to him. They even told him from the system, you are supposed to be here in September and you're here in February. That's not how how we work.
It is funny. It's like they think we want these passports as a form of identity card.
Yes.
But we need the passport for travel. So you have scheduled, maybe you have even paid the ticket of when you wanted to travel. Don't they tell you you're gonna get it next year, time like this? Come on, this.
You know, that's the same thing that happens with this year, and my friend Leo can confirm to you. If you have applied for the good conduct certificate, in fact, you are told to go to Kiambu. You are told to go to Kiambu 2 months after you have applied, and when you go to Kiambu, you are not guaranteed to even manage to
and the conduct expires immediately you receive it. Sometimes you get it once it has already expired.
Yes. Yeah? And you're supposed to renew it again, and you'll be told to come here again after 2 months.
Every employer wants they want updated the recent one.
Yes, you see, so those are the kind of struggles that the Kenyans are going through. And the moment you try to go to DCI and record them, you know, DCI, you try that, you are dead. And we know what those guys are good at. So for the fear of
the country, what can we do? Because
that's what I'm
supposed to censor these motions in parliament. They are not doing it. So the parliament is also dead. Like right now,
yes.
A good example, doctors are striking. What did you see the MPs do? They joined the doctors in a press conference to support the doctors' strike. Instead of going to parliament and call the health committee and tell them that now the doctors are striking, what can we do to ensure that the strike stops with them? They join the doctors. They're not giving solutions. They become part of the problem.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
When they want to add their salaries or when they want to discuss NACO report, they call what is called extraordinary sittings. Then they go and discuss that.
To midnight.
Right now,
they go to even midnight.
Our members of parliament and other leaders are very busy condemning the floods and everything that is happening with the floods. And it's like they're not in the government. I mean, it's crazy. It's very crazy.
That's what I was saying.
They are complaining with us. They are crying with us. Yet we are also looking at them to give a solution.
We just have kind of leadership. I want to go back to the topic that we were discussing. You talked about the proposed term increment of the president, yes, the senator, the governors. Do they ever have? Do they MPs don't have time limit? Do they? They don't. MPs don't have time limit.
They don't have time limit, but they like what is going now to affect is now the term of the parliament. The term of the parliament is 5 years, so they change it. They want to push it now to 7 years.
Oh yes, because after 5 years they are supposed to go to be elected again. I
Yes.
see. I hear you. So it also increases their time in parliament. Now I want to say this. It's unfortunate that this kind of a bill is likely to go through. In which way? If only it is supported by two people right now in Kenya. If Raila Odinga is for it and William Ruto, you have this bill go through. The only area in which I don't know what they are saying about the judiciary, the judges are to be vetted by parliament. Is it?
Yes.
That is the only clause that you bring the bill down. They have made the same mistake that BBI made, because the judiciary will have a say. They will just have one person take that case to the court, and the court will bring it down. So long as they are touching on the judiciary will not let it see the light of the day. But if they do away with that clause where they are saying that the judges should be vetted by parliament, because that is interfering with the independence of the judiciary. And remember, there is what we call the separation of power. The separation of power, there cannot be separation of power if the parliament is overseeing or vetting the judges. There is no separation. So that is confusion. So they need to remove that if they want the bill to go through. I'm just giving them an advice, not that I want that bill to happen or to go through. Because we don't need a president for 7 years. You can you imagine having a dictator for 7 years and another 7 years? Those are 14 years.
14 years.
That means you have added almost one whole term to a president. So Kenyans should refuse. But will Kenyans refuse? No.
No.
We follow our leaders, and everything they say, it is okay. Most of us. So for me, I know if President William Ruto is going to support the bill will go through. If Raila Odinga will support the bill will go through. And you see in that proposal, they will make sure there are things that will entice the president, there are things that will entice the former prime minister, and those are the people who make decisions in the nation of Kenya, which is very unfortunate. So Kenyans, we are on our own, and we have to start fighting for ourselves. How can we make our leaders change? It is when we show them we have the ability to think on our own. They propose a bill, we bring it down. We vote against it. But we cannot do that because I don't know what we have been given by our leaders. So I don't know.
Leo, I think the best way I think we can change this thing of making laws and bills. Kenyans should have a say more than even the members of parliament, because I think we should even vote for every bill as Kenyans. I don't know how, but I think these people are just easy to be swayed.
But Kenyans have never realized that they have powers over these people. Even today, Kenyans don't know that they have power to bring back their MP.
You know, Leo, the only problem we have as a country is that, okay, I personally, I remember my dad used to have this constitution that alileta in the pamphlet, Zileza 2010. I used to work with that document since 2013 when I was in high school. I used to work with that document. I was reading page by page, and I told myself, I am a very I can regard myself as a learned person, because I was in school, I was sharp, I passed my KCSE and went to campus. I took my time and read that document as a storybook, because I used to love reading the law, and I felt like this constitution is very confusing to even myself, who is an educated person, to even refer, because you read a certain article and they refer you back to a certain article. You see, by the moment you're getting to Article 145 or 150, they are sending you back to Article 45 to refer to that article. So I think these kind of things are meant there for confusion to those people who the people who think that the Constitution is giving them powers, it's also limiting those powers, because where they are talking about the limited, power of the people, you cannot even find it in the constitution because it's hidden in a certain clause, and they even change a comma, and you see members of parliament voting for a comma in parliament. You've seen them change the word and put is or it. That's how we have, that's what we have been done as Kenyans. Hiyo ndio makosa, yani ujinga tumefanyishwa sisi kama Wakenya. These lawyers that we send to Senate or to parliament to defend us, they have gone there to change some silly clauses in the constitution that don't even touch on mwananchi. They should even be trying to work so hard to limit the powers of the judiciary, or if the judiciary is becoming a dictator, they should be working so hard to even add the powers of the parliament to impeach a president without even the 2/3 that they say you need for you to bring down a president. They should even be working so hard to make sure that these bills that we pass be taken through even an electronic voting by the mwananchi. We agree on the finance bill and we be given a chance to vote electronically, even if it takes a week to vote, but we vote for purpose. We vote for every bill. If it means that these people have to be bought to vote for this bill. Because Leo, I imagine I'll be sitting in the same parliament with you, and maybe I'll be from the government side and you'll be from the opposition. But because I am your friend, I take you and you meet with President William Ruto, maybe when he's serving his second term, and promises you some 2 roads or some 2 schools. The next day you are not even appearing in parliament to vote, or you have even abstained to vote from, or you are voting with me because we have been promised something that you deserve. You know, you deserve that road, but you are voting because you think it's a favor you're being done. So those are the kind of leaders we are sending to parliament, and I'm left wondering what will befall the mwananchi who think that they have powers, because even in 2027 we are going to commit the same mistakes that we committed. The people are going to vote for Simba Arati regardless of what he's done, and I will tell you here, he's going to win it, the second term, and he will keep stealing, and the people will sing Simba Netai. Those are the kind of Kenyans we have. We the people are not even ready for change. We are busy castigating those people who are trying to fight for change, and we ourselves are not changing. The same thing I can say about the likes of Babu Wino. Babu Wino, the way those people amassed wealth, the things they do with their lives are questionable, and they are here parading as the people who are fighting for Mwananchi. And the Kenyans are not seeing that. They've forgotten that Sakaja and other people have been claiming to be fighting for Mwananchi, you know. But in real sense, right now we've given these people power, and we see who they really are. That's how you can see the problem, where the problem is. The problem is us, the Mwananchi, and we don't even care whether to read those bills. There's a guy on Twitter that I love following, and I know, Leo, you must have come across his tweets, called Julian Samboko. Julian Samboko is one guy who breaks down tweets, especially about the economics, and I usually follow that guy to the latter. Everything that guy posts, I copy or I screenshot it and save it in my profile, because that guy usually tries to make Kenyans understand that there is public participation that has been given by parliament. Make sure you go and offer your views, and this is what I think about the bill. That guy always breaks down everything. I like following him because of that. If we can have such kind of people in this republic who does God's work, we call it God's work, other than having those people whose job is saying, you know, there's a reason why I usually don't follow this guy who likes insulting the president. I don't know, I forgot the name, Oguda. It's because Gabriel Oguda realized that for you to gain traffic in TikTok, in Twitter, just say these words that will make your followers get excited for a week and keep sharing your tweet and retweeting, so that when Elon Musk is paying you, the dividends at the end of the month, you get a bigger portion. That's what the Twitter has turned to. Twitter has turned to be something that makes money for these people. They don't even care what information they passes through. You heard what happened last week to when there was a funeral of Senior General Ogola. You heard what the young man Joel said about the dad, and what we, the bloggers, I'm one of those people who post anything we find. So I think that was a good reminder that whenever you are posting about something, just be mindful of the peace and stability of this country. You see, because that tweet only brought me down to tears. I was even praying that when the president is reading the list, at least the name of Ogola be spared for those who got injured and are in a critical situation. I was praying so hard that I see such kind of a thing. But you know what the bloggers did, the likes of Gina Mike Sonko, whose job is to make sure they are the first to be seen, is to spread such kind of rumors. If we can have these people educate people, because they have a very huge following, they teach us what it means. They teach us what it means to do public participation. They teach us what the Constitution says about the sovereignty of us, the people. Because I think, from my understanding, we the people are the most powerful people in that Constitution. We can even bring the judiciary down. But you know, the judiciary is the one that we are still going to run to interpret the same laws about the sovereignty of the people. You remember the reason why BBI was shut down is because of that thing they were calling the basic, I don't know what, there's a name they were called, the basic structure. That's the only thing that brought down the BBI. We didn't even go into details. We only were looking at the basic structure. And I remember there's a lawyer who was invited to Citizen TV to try and explain what the basic structure is. They said that the Constitution as it was meant is not supposed to be amended as it is. I don't know what that meant, but I believe you guys have understood the meaning of the basic structure. Like the way our Constitution is made is not supposed to be changed.
The basic structure is what interferes with the structure of the Constitution, something that is going to interfere with how the Constitution is structured. Like if you want to introduce the position of a prime minister, you know, this one is not in our structure. Our Constitution talks of the president and the majority and minority. So introducing such kind of thing, it is going to interfere with how our Constitution and leadership is structured.
Oh, so imagine such kind of a thing is the reason why a learned president who is surrounded by legal minds didn't even mind to even do research. You see, because of also the kind of people that
you see, Mr. Vincent, in the law we say there is always a lacuna. A lacuna is like there is what can be used to mean what the judges want or to get away with it. For instance, and this is what I believe, the proposed BBI, to me, to a large extent, it had very good things, but in that BBI, they had put some clauses that weren't very pleasant, and the court did not want it because of
for instance, the clause that was interfering with the judiciary, the ombudsman. And this ombudsman, the ombudsman was to be appointed by the who? By the executive. By the executive. That is the only thing that brought the whole BBI down. That's what I believe. Because there is no judge who will allow the executive to have power over the judiciary. So everything else that was going on in the court was just stories, but I knew it was not going through because of that clause, without which the BBI was going through in the judiciary. The same mistake this guy, Sharargei, is making, whereby he is saying the judges should be vetted by parliament. Such a thing cannot go beyond the judiciary. It will be brought down. So if it will be taken to the court with that clause, yes, there will be so many stories going on, discussions and debates in the court. But at the end of the day, the judges will bring it down because there is only one clause that they don't want. Why don't they? Favorable for the courts. Why don't these our member of parliament then, now to give a solution that Leo was asking, why don't our member of parliaments who we believe we elected and should be doing what we the people delegated them to do for us, then implement bills that will be putting firm and stern warnings and try to even dictate how corruption is supposed to be fought in this country? Why don't one member of parliament just wake up one day and say that we must start, before you even, if we suspect you of corruption, you first resign from office, you be investigated, and the moment you are found guilty, not guilty, now you return back to your office. So that this kind of, you know what you are saying?
what you are saying is like telling the lions to go and come up with the laws that will state that no animal should eat the other.
So that is the problem. Eli, what do you think Kenyans should now do? You've seen what is happening in the country. The members whom we've elected and given mandate to represent us and represent our grievances are the ones who've turned against us. So what can we do as Kenyans?
For instance, Leo, let me give you an example.
Yeah.
In all the governments we have had, we have seen the members of parliament increase their salaries. Kenyans, at that point, they behave helplessly. Like they don't have power, like they don't even know what is going on. If there is any kind of maandamano that I would support, even fund, even do anything, is when we are telling our members of parliament and our leaders that you cannot do this because we are the people who voted for you. If we feel like when they're increasing their salaries that they're not supposed to do that, that is when we are supposed to have those demonstrations. That is why we have that clause in the Constitution. But what kind of mandamanos do we have? We have mandamanos for our leaders. I mean, but not, we don't benefit in any way. So we are supposed to show them that we have the power. When they want to pass laws that are unfavorable, like now this one of increasing the term limit, that is when now we should be planning. How are we going to counter?
Yes.
That is a kind of demonstration that I can support. I'm sorry.
And as Omondi jumps in, let him also help us because I'm sure he's not from Kenya, or if he's not in Kenya at the moment. Let these people who are in diaspora to give us the case study. How do these countries manage to fight corruption? Because I've never understood. Is it the people that are in the critical government bodies, or you cannot be elected when you are corrupt, or what happens? Why is there almost zero corruption? Of course, it cannot be zero. Why is there almost zero corruption? Because I really need to understand. And why are our leaders not copying from those countries?
Ogola.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Again, my apologies because my battery went down on my phone. But all because we're having a very progressive and fruitful, productive, conversation, which we have had millions of times every day about corruption. There is no absolute in saying that other countries are absolutely clean. That's not the truth. That's not the case. Many countries around the world share the same problem, corruption. The problem we have in Kenya is that I think the history of corruption, Moism and Kenyattaism, but more so the period after the death of Jomo Kenyatta, corruption took a larger scale, bigger scale than before. I think at this time, corruption seemed to be mostly in the elite groups of various communities in Kenya. And in Moi's time, it was normalized completely. And it takes maybe a couple of generations. This is just amazing, I suppose, to say that it will take at least 2 or 3 generations before we kill the corruption that gathered during
Your volume is a bit low. Your volume is a bit low.
And okay, I'll remove the headphones.
Okay.
So that you can hear me better. So can you hear me now?
That's more better.
Yes, I was saying that the corruption that was, produced during Kenyatta and Moi eras is historically part of the problem. We cannot wash away history because that's a fact. Now, the corruption that came during Moism just became normalized, so it became a culture. So it takes maybe a generation or two to clean out this problem. And it's easy for us, okay, to blame ourselves because it is now institutional. You know, corruption is institutional. As someone said there, that I think it was Buru, everywhere you go, you turn left, you look right, it's corruption. And we call it corruption, but it's actually theft. So, as I said before, the culture change that we need is something that can be borrowed from a country like Rwanda, which is dealing with it at a national level, even though we know that the executive in Rwanda, especially the president of Rwanda, is all powerful, but his hands are everywhere. There's like a bird's eye view of corruption, especially of the grand scale in Rwanda. And this is not even a perfect example because even Rwanda has been involved in corruption in terms of international conflict in the Congo. So we shouldn't forget that. I am saying that in terms of the national politics of Rwanda, in comparison to the corruption in Kenya, they're doing a better job than most African countries. And maybe it should be an example. Then I gave a comparison with the tiger economies in Asia, for example, Singapore, Taiwan, Malaysia. Most of these countries have zero tolerance on corruption, including stealing of working hours. You know, the way someone can report to work in Kenya at, say, 5 hours later from the time they were supposed to clock on at work, but still get paid the amount of money which they were supposed to receive from 8 a.m. Should Kenyans now, in a new format, be paid according to the number or numbers of hours that they work? I hear that the normalization of that thing, contract-based employment, could be a solution. I don't know. Maybe it's too neoliberal for us in Kenya. But that method that is used in most, for example, European countries where people are paid per hour, could it be a model for Kenya in order to restore some integrity in dealing with corruption? Could we look for such solutions, or are these things that are impossible in our country? We can think of things like I suggested. We're looking at leaders who basically are dictators, yes, but they don't shed blood. When you spit aimlessly in the streets or you throw, litter, there's no city askari that is going to try to extort bribes from you. They will simply give you a fine. Is it possible to have that kind of leadership at the county level or even at the national level? These are the questions that we need to ask, because at the moment, we cannot get answers to these questions because the government that is in power is an amnesty government, which accepts corruption as it is by forgiving, even pardoning people who are facing cases in court. And this could have happened even in Azimio government if they took power, except I know that Martha Karua was saying that when she becomes deputy president, if she became deputy president, she was going to make sure that the judiciary behaves itself, all arms of government and corruption will be at zero tolerance levels. But still, I know and I believe that the Azimio leadership were going to have that problem on how to deal with corruption. So for me, it's easy to say this because it's a culture change that should affect everyone across the board. It's a problem that we have to discuss every single day. We know, and there's lots of people who have been mentioned in things like land cases, people who have stolen cemetery land. Mudavadi has been mentioned. I had the trailer was mentioned in this molasses thing. I know that the veracity of those claims has always been an issue because he sort of defended himself. There was no final closure in that issue of Raila Odinga and the molasses plant. I don't know how far it went, so I can't argue for him or support him or not. But you know that William Ruto had huge cases involving that involved him in corruption. The late George Saitoti, Daniel Arap Moi and his clan, Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, one of the most interesting cases that was not even touched in the leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta, in fact, before he even became president, was when he was Minister for Finance and supported the procurement of thousands of Volkswagen Passats, to be the standard GK vehicle for government officers. And the Germans made a lot of money from Kenya by the government procuring this particular vehicle, which you don't see now in the Kenyan market. Uhuru Kenyatta was the finance minister then. You know that nothing happened whenever that case was mentioned or those allegations were made about how Uhuru Kenyatta ordered for the procurement of those vehicles and the selling of government vehicles, that the so-called fuel guzzlers. Actually, they went back into buying again fuel guzzlers a few years later. I can go on and on and on. I mean, I can even mention the allegations against one Kalonzo Musyoka or Moses Wetangula. There is nobody clean with a clean slate in the political elites, whichever hierarchy they're in government or out of government. There's nothing. There's nobody clean there. Nothing. This is a big problem, which if Kenyans are serious, they ask one question: how do we reverse this? Okay? How? Is it a case of having a velvet revolution, a violent revolution, a peaceful revolution, or no revolution? Because there's no any other way. It's easy for me to say these things. I'm actually putting theories here about what is possible for Kenyans to do. Because countries in Asia, some of them, they change their societies without going into violent or revolutions. But they just had leaders who came out of nowhere and decided, this is how I'm going to run this country. And they did it. Okay? And I think that's possibly the most desirable option, where we can have a strong leader who is not violent, but is strong. I mean, this leader can have democratic credentials. This leader can be elected. But it's possible that this leader can be a voice of the people. He can be young or old, I don't care. But this leader must have no connection with any other powerful political formations in Kenya. Who is this leader? You know, because at the moment we hear someone like this guy called Natembea, okay? But I already see problems with this man, you know, because of
Which
his
problem?
career as a civil servant, you know, he has some questions to answer. So my suggestion is just that, you know, that the culture change must come from a certain new leader who does not abide by any political formation you know, in the country, you know. But this leader must be a person who is not bloodthirsty, but has some kind of dictatorship credentials, which can change the country. A strong leader. That's what I'm saying. And that's not
And I think
me being undemocratic.
Maybe before Vincent, I just want to ask Eli one question. He is talking of culture change that must come from a new leader, that is new blood. Because when you started speaking, you said that what we've been having the same people. What has been happening is that they've been changing political parties, they've been changing slogans and such kind of things. And there's something that when people are going towards elections in the 2022, the current president campaigned on something that is related to having a new blood. And Kenyans did not ask him questions that when you're talking of new blood, you are part of KANU, you are part of ODM, you are part of NAC, you are part of Jubilee, and now you appearing as a new blood. Indeed, to avoid such kind of questions, he created a narrative of we have to do away with the dynasties. So he narrowed the old blood as a family of the former presidents and the former vice presidents, forgetting that by that time he was also a deputy president and will become a president. So do you think Kenyans can be able to buy this idea? Because today, for example, if Babu Wino starts contesting, people will start, Kenyans will be duped to think that he's a new blood, forgetting that Babu have been there in ODM. So even if he runs and takes one Chomba and they form their party, this is still a child of ODM and Jubilee and UDA. Kenyans, do you think they can be able to believe in people who've never been in this political? I want to give you, for example, somebody like Kokio Mtata is an independent candidate. He's not been in any of these political parties actively. There are so many people. I heard one recently called Professor Ogola. You shared the name. He's also somebody who is coming for the first time. So Machoka here, do you think Kenya can provide an environment whereby Leo, if I want to contest today, I don't need to go through ODM, I don't need to go through UDA, but I just come and say, okay, guys, look, we've seen ODM, we've seen UDA, we've seen all these parties. Now we want a new blood. Is that impossible?
This is possible. The only stumbling block, and I know you know this, is the people who are behind the Kenyan public, you know, the government space, you know, the so-called system. This is a real thing. The system is a real thing. The system are people in the military. They're the security people, most of them. The system are in the judiciary. They're there during elections and so on and so forth. If someone wants to try this out, let us say Okia Umtata or Natembea, or even some female leaders who want to try this out. There are people ahead of them within the so-called system who are preventing this from happening. They usually obstruct any form of progress by pouring lots of money so that the person decides to either pull out or join one or two of the political formations. So we have to have some exceptional person who cannot be tainted by this kind of thing. It may not happen in the next 5 years or 10 years. That's why I was talking about changing the culture. It's a generational thing. It will take time, but it has to start from somewhere, okay? So for example, I'll give you a brief example, right? In the 1950s, when the people came from the 1940s, 50s, when people came from the Caribbean through the Windrush to the UK, okay? There was no way that people dreamt of black people being members of parliament in England or in the UK. It was virtually impossible, right? But they had to start from somewhere, okay? Up to, say, 15 years ago, the Labour Party had the most black politicians in parliament. But surprise, surprise, the harsh Conservative Party and its policies, they outnumbered the Labour Party, which is supposed to be liberal.
Are you still talking, Mr. Ogora?
We are losing. We are losing you.
Yeah, we can't hear you. So before he comes back, let me just put across some few points, if you give me a chance, Mr. Leo.
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah. I would like just to let Kenyans know that one of the mistakes I have observed in our country is that we have built our politics around personalities, around our leaders, the people, such that we have embraced our leaders so much that we don't, they have become untouchable. It's a no-go zone. We have also built our politics around our tribes. We will never be liberated until we liberate ourselves from our own tribes. That we think someone coming from my tribe is very important. Therefore, it doesn't matter the values he holds or the strategies he has or the agenda he is having for the nation, so long as he comes from my tribe. That's a big mistake. When Mr. Ogora was talking of Kagame and how he has helped his country develop and all that, yet he's a dictator, for me, I want to say that such a leader can only serve a country for some few years. But ask yourself, what will happen to Rwanda when Kagame will not be the president? So that's what I normally say. Don't strengthen leaders. Don't strengthen personalities. Strengthen systems of governance. Today, and it won't happen, in case the president of America is not there, the nation will continue running as if nothing has happened. They will just replace the president and everything continues. What happens when one of our leaders in Kenya is not there? Almost looks like it has been paralyzed. I don't want to go into details, but we have to stop building our politics around people, around leaders, our governance of the whole nation. We need to strengthen our systems of governance so that even if tomorrow an idiot takes leadership, our country will remain strong, our country will still be governed, because the president doesn't have that much power. Like in America, the president, though you hear is the most powerful man in the world, he is not. The Constitution has tamed so much the powers of the president. The Constitution has empowered institutions of governance. And that is what is supposed to be done in Kenya. Strengthen the judiciary. Ensure the judiciary is having the right people. The judiciary is well funded. Those other corruption institutions, and ensure that they are able to do what they're supposed to do. So that's a big mistake that we make. The other thing is what we have touched about the money power. In Kenya, we build our politics in money. And Mr. Ogora here, or Eri, put it very well. That the people who have been there, they already have money. Leo, you want to join politics, and Vincent. The greatest challenge is in Africa, we believe mkono mtupu haurabwi.
Yeah, they ask you, how much do you have?
Before you even tell us what you want to tell us, can you buy this and that? I contested as a student leader in the university, and I'm telling you, Kenyans, we are just crazy. Even a student leader, you must have a lot of money to get that position. I mean, we have built everything around money. We don't even want to know how you are. Do you have money? How many beer have I taken from Leo before I can vote for him? How much money has Leo given me? Wamama wanasema huyu hata mashuka hajatupea, hata unga hatujapata. He has nothing. So it doesn't matter if you have brain or not. What do you have that you can give us? Tangible money. If you don't have, you only be saying, I can be a good leader, I will not be corrupt. Nobody to listen to you. That is the kind of the nation we have built. Now, you see the foundation our forefathers laid for the nation of Kenya. It is the foundation of corruption. They rooted the nation dry. They are so wealthy, they are so rich that if nothing is done, the Kenyatta family, the Odinga family, the Moi family, the Ruto family, these families, even in the centuries to come, they will still be ruling the nation of Kenya if we don't change our politics. Because they have money. Their children and their children, they have money enough for their generations to inherit. And when you have money, you have the say in our politics. So you wouldn't be surprised if Jomo, the son of Uhuru Kenyatta, becomes the president of Kenya. You wouldn't be surprised if not Gideon, but the child from the Gideon's family one day will become a president of Kenya, or Raymond. Of course, in the Moi family, because they have money. And money is what we embrace. So, and not just those families I have mentioned, but those people who have been in politics, or positions of power before in our country, they will continue to be there, and their children will continue to be there. That is why we have many of these people, their fathers used to be in the government. I don't want to mention, but most of them, their fathers used to be in the government. Why are they there? Not because they have superior ideas. It is because they have what we don't have, what we don't. We don't. Not because they have great ideas than Vincent or Rio or myself. But sometimes I cannot even think of going to contest. Because the amount of money I need to go and contest and win, it's a lot. When you think of the people you are competing with, you say, okay, as much as I have brilliant ideas, I'll just be talking on the social media.
By the way,
yes.
Leo, if you are going to contest, I have done, I think this is the second campaign and I've done successfully, and all the members of parliament that have supported managed to win an election. The amount of money that you must have for a minimum for you to win elections in my constituency alone, my constituency of Nairobi Church, you need need less than 60 million to win an election in Nairobi Church, because the way our members and the way our people want that money, if you don't have money, the first question you're being asked before you even step your foot anywhere near their maybe locality or near where you want to go campaign, the first question will be asked, Ningapi Leo Ningapi? You know, next time, last time,
yeah,
you know, like in 2007, In 2007, maybe people were being given 20 bob, 10 bob, but in 2013, the gauge rose a bit to 50 shillings. In 2017, it was 100. I can tell you, my member of parliament was giving nothing less than 200 shillings. If today
without
you lower
which, without
Yes.
that money, they won't come even for your meeting. You find
Yes,
yourself
they don't
talking to
attend.
yourself. Utaenda
attend.
kwa kagari peke yako naambia mnanisikia, wako kule kwa shughuli zao kwa soko. I mean, nobody will listen to you. That
Yes.
is the country we have built for ourselves. Very unfortunate. However, I normally say this. It should reach a point, and one day, and this is my prayer, when we will have a president strong enough who will say, we want to do an audit. I talked about it here, and people say that such kind of things will polarize the nation. But it is better we say, let us, even if it means having a standstill for 2 years, trying to resolve a problem that has been there for 60 years. It is better. From the time we get independence, we do an audit of all the people who have been in positions of power and their friends. If it is those who occupied the first government, all the lands they stole, all the monies they have, we assess with interest to the current value. We only leave them with little money. That is the only way we will have an equal nation. Because anybody who has ever occupied a position of power in Kenya is a billionaire, if not a trillionaire in Kenya. And you are expecting a son of a peasant, a daughter of a peasant, to go and compete with them under very rare circumstance. Will that happen?
To also add on that, Jeff, there's also one thing that when you want to run for member of parliament, and I'm sure Alio is going to experience that in 2017, there are silly questions that Kenyans ask, and I wonder what does that have to do with the election? Like, there's a question, for example, are you married with your kids? Because they believe that
that is it. That is African.
That
I think, African, you will not lead people if you are a bachelor. You must first of all start by knowing how to take care of your family and controlling the family. Others.
That's a petty excuse on why you are not voting for me. Another thing, the Kenyans will come to your place to assess the kind of building you're owning. Is it a building that we can see? Unajua watu wanajudge, wanaona this guy, hii nyumba huyu ako na pesa. Hii gari amekuja nayo huyu ako na pesa. That's why you see member of parliaments hire a lot of cars. They spend a lot of cars. When they want to go for a political rally, they hire fancy cars. They hire even homes. They hire homes. Especially Osoro, when he was campaigning for the second term of South Mogrango. There's a place next here where I live. There's a very big house over here where I used to do those we call indoor meetings. And then when you get to that house, you feel like you are in power. You are with power, like you are around power. Those are the kind of silly things that Kenyans look at. And there's a campaign that I'm doing in my place, and that is one reason why I think William Ruto got elections in my village, because I used to tell these people that we've lived here in Kisii since 2000 and this since forever, and the agenda that we've been told is that Raila is our person and he's our guy. He's there, yeye ndiye atakuwa wa kwanza kutusaidia. Those are the kind of narratives that the people who were campaigning used to do in the village. And this time around, I say this. I want you to ask yourself, we are here in Nyakeburo village and we have over 1,000 votes. These 1,000 votes will go to a basket based on the rumors that existed in the past. And that's why I want to support that point of generational change, and we need to do that. And I asked them, I am going to run for member of parliament one day. And you know very well, you are the people who brought me up. But the first thing you guys are going to do to me before you choose me, you're going to ask me the following questions. Number one, you're going to ask me about my marriage. You're going to ask me about what have I done to show that I can be a leader. You're going to ask me that have I built a house for my parents? Have I helped my community in whatever position I've been? And you know very well that I have been in school and I've just gotten out of school. I've not made any money that I can even call for a meeting for the village to even put you together and even slaughter a cow and celebrate you. I asked them those questions. They were listening to me, especially before. I used to do those sensitization campaigns just before any politician could visit our village. I used to go church to speak on such kind of events. And some people used to see sense. And I told them sometimes, I know we love Raila. And I used to say that personally, I would have loved Raila if I existed in the past. But right now, as a young man who's grown, and you've taken me to university, you even contributed for me to go to university. And today, allow me to teach you one or two things that I differ and I disagree with what Raila has done. Because by association of Raila and Uhuru, I told these people that you've seen the kind of man he is. And there's a lot of things that we've learned from him that we cannot distinguish. And we have to be people who learn and change with time. I told them the agenda of this guy that is called William Ruto is this and this. And I did not stop at that. I told them the agenda of Raila Odinga. And I told them these agendas are almost similar. That's one thing I told them. These agendas are not different. They are talking about housing. They are talking about Sijui Baba Care. They are talking about this. They are talking about this. And if you compare these two manifestos, the only difference is there is one manifesto here that is more rhetorical. Azimio's manifesto was more of stories, but William Ruto's manifesto was detailed. Like they even had a way of doing things. And I was reading these things to people and interpreting them.
But you see, Leo, Vincent, do you know why the ODM or the Azimio did not go into details of taking time to create the manifestos and all that?
Yes, because Uhuru, they first of all they were guaranteed that the system was on their side. They didn't know what the real system was. They were living in those dark whatever. They were thinking that Uhuru was the person carrying the system with him. So and another thing, they knew Uhuru was the one who was running a lot of things behind the scenes, and Raila was blind to the facts. He even didn't listen to his soldiers. He could even have made a very good document. And I wonder what Mother Karua was thinking, associating himself with such kind of a manifesto that was only, 10-page document that had just a statement per page, just a statement. Baba Care, they were just explaining how that 6K is going to be collected from corruption and do whatever. They didn't have details of how they are going to revive the economy. And that's how most of my people in the village wanted to listen to this other document. That's why I took a lot of time. In fact, after elections, when people started disagreeing with the president, I also was called by my area wanaitwanga kwa kwetu wanaitwanga village elders hapa Ture. I was called by my village elder one day and they asked me, because there were some people who voted because I told them this is the reason why you have to vote. Don't vote because you love someone. Just vote because you've heard what he said. And what he's saying, let it be a reason why you will vote him again in 2027. So they called me last year when there was mandamano everywhere, because that time the president directed the chiefs to sensitize people in the village about these fertilizer things. And so I told them, sometimes when you get to power, there is something we call organization. That's how when you start a family, there's something we call organization. You must organize yourself in a way that whenever you want to create an environment for your children to grow, you have to make sure that even the house is spacious. You have to ensure that the income the family has is sufficient for you to bring up the kids in a good environment. Such kind of things. That's what we call organization. And when you get into power, you realize that there is a lot of things that you weren't seeing when you were outside. So William Ruto was just getting into office and settling and trying to make systems work and roll his agenda. So I was telling them, especially the issue of unga, that was the main issue in that meeting. And I told them, me and you here don't buy unga because we rely on the farm. We just plow our farms here and go and harvest maize after maybe 6 months, and that's how we survive for a year. But this time around, you all know we have not been in the shamba. Why? Number one, the fertilizer was very expensive, and number two, there were no rains. Can we put that on any president? Not even Uhuru. But on the fertilizer thing, we can blame Uhuru for that because he did not consider lowering the price of fertilizer. So the people started again seeing sense in that. That's how I think if everybody can teach their people in their village, those people who regard them as smart, those people who are not just following politicians because of following them. And I know Leo is a smart guy. That's why I think if we meet in parliament, we are going to bring about change. The way you are saying that we need a president who is going to bring about change that is required. And I believe in 2042, 2042, I'm going to run for president and I'm going to win it in first round. And I believe that when I get that seat, that's when I'm going to start doing things that I believe. You know, sometimes as a president, you must hide your cards. And that's what I think Omondi was saying. If you are president, hide your true color and give Kenyans what they want. Because the politicians in Kenya say some things that we think that these in Zile wanasema, but they are things that we know they can do when they get power. Kumbe, these people are just the same thing that they say they are. Because people like Simbarati was moving around the county saying that the county is corrupt, the county is this, the county is that. But right now is the most corrupt governor in Kenya, because that's the problem. So I think from where I sit, Mr. Jeff and
can I interrupt you just a minute?
Oh, sure.
Yes, you have told us how much you are likely to use if you are vying for a member of parliament. And you know the salary of a member of parliament. So if you spend such kind of money, what will make you not be corrupt if you get that position? Because you see, these people, the first thing they do is to try to recover what they used during the time of campaign. And if you don't use money in your campaign, the probability of you losing is very high.
9 over 10.
So, and you are competing with very wealthy people. You are competing even with the incumbent, and I know right now they're still strategizing on how they're gonna win in 2027. Don't you see that it will be very hard, even if by, I don't know, the method you're gonna use, because you have said you are going to win. Even if you win, hoping that you win, and I don't know how much money you have. Maybe you have used a lot of money. What will make you not to be tempted to steal from Kenyans to recover your money?
Yeah.
You know, first of all, sometimes wanasemanga ukikaa na wezi unajua vile wanafanya kazi. The reason why I had to lay low and learn how these people campaign is because the member of parliament I was supporting in 2017 was also being funded by Matiang'i and Uhuru. Those are the people who are running the Jubilee campaigns in Kisii. They were funding the campaigns. Everybody was getting out of the meeting with 1,000 shillings, and I was so scared that I had fears of running for office, because I was thinking that even if I run with an independent party and I don't have the money that these people are dishing out, how am I going to sell myself to these people whose first agenda is money, and second agenda is money, third agenda is money and money and money? There's nothing they talk about in the meeting. They want to hurry so that they can go attend to other people who need money somewhere else. That's the kind of narrative that was being sold in 2017. In 2022, when I joined the camp of Zahir Janda, who is a very, very old man, you know, that man walks around with dollars. He doesn't walk with Kenyan shillings. That man is oiled with money, and I know he is a challenge, and it's going to be so difficult to unseat him. But for a person who's worked close to him, I know him, and I know normally the people in Kisii, as much as they consider money, they also listen to what you say. When Zahir was campaigning, Zahir is not a Kisii person. He doesn't speak in our mother language. So when I joined this campaign, and I have this mouth that we call a sweet mouth, and when I speak my mother language, the people usually smile all through, and they cheer. So I was the person who was campaigning using my mother language, and I was telling the people the agendas of the member of parliament. I was telling them why they must vote out the current member of parliament and vote in the new member of parliament. And I tried to tell them why I think we must vote for this guy. So Zahir used to come to just speak 2 or 3 things to just assure them of what I said, and then dish out money to these people. That's what people mostly used to wait for. But I used to tell them, let you not come here because of money. And you can see that thing, you can see how people react to that. You don't need to convince everyone that you don't need to come here for money. You just need to pass that message to people that as much as we are here to appreciate you for listening to us, let this not be the reason why you are going to vote for us. And that thing kind of resonated with the people, and that's people think I'm the one who was campaigning to win the election, not the sitting the current sitting member of parliament. I used to take 3/4 of the credit after every campaign. They used to applaud me in the boardroom after we finished the campaign. They used to tell me that, wow, that was brilliant speech from you. That was brilliant campaigning. That was, now tomorrow we want to do this and that. So I used to use my mind to even create agendas that the member of parliament didn't have, because I used to go to the ground early, ask people what they want, and then I tried to recreate a manifesto for him because he didn't have any. And that's how we elect our leaders. So me getting close to these people, I learned how to campaign. I learned what people want to hear. Even if they want money, the people are also becoming smart. So I think the question you've asked about millions, I think it's going to be problematic for me to campaign, knowing that my pocket will not be as deep as the current member of parliament, and it's going to be a challenge for him also. He'll be lacking those people who will be speaking for him on the ground. I think I'm going to take advantage of the fact that I was with him during the last campaign, and this is what we promised you. But I personally try to push him, of course, and I've told my people that I try to push him so hard to try and fulfill his promise to the people. He's failed to do so several times. I've tried to make calls to him. He's not even picking my calls. So there are people who are angry at him, especially my ward. The people in my ward are so angry with him that sometimes when he comes to a meeting with money, they don't even attend to him because now there is no campaign. But I know when it comes to campaigning period, the people kind of lose their minds. They lose their heads, and that's why this time around I'm trying to go to churches. I talk to people about why, as Kisii people, we vote for wrong leaders. It's because we look much at what they give us after the meeting we attend, how much they are going to offer. So if I'm going to spend my 50 million, and obviously, as you said, Leo, I will have to return my money to the bank. If I borrowed maybe money from a friend to campaign and win the seat, this guy must want his money back, and we have to do everything possible to make sure the money is returned. So I will have to maybe give him a lot of tenders in the constituency to tarmac or to maram the roads, or I have to give him tenders to build the classes using the CDF so that we exaggerate and inflate the prices of building classes. That's how our Kenyans reason. But from me, as Vincent, I think the money I'm gonna spend in campaign, let me call it that money that wanasemanga the lunch, ile lunch yenye unanunulia those people who come to listen to you, which has become a problem that you can't even call people to a meeting without an allowance. I think that's the only problem I'm facing right now, and I hope by the time we get to 2027, I'll have balanced my bank account and stuff, so that I know for you to run a campaign, you need to fuel your cars, you need to fuel, you need people who will protect you in case there's a problem. You need all those, and I don't know if I get to parliament and get the 145 million that my member of parliament that is getting. I don't think even the members of the people I'll appoint to the board, because that's where the problem begins. The moment you appoint quacks to those positions of constituency managers and the CDF manager and those people who work for you in the constituency, the moment you get that wrong, that's your downfall. That's how you end up being one-term member of parliament, and that's how most of the members of parliament end up being one-term. That's the question most of the people ask. Ndindi Nyoro is just gets, in fact, he gets lesser CDF money than what my member of parliament gets, because maybe my constituency is a bit bigger, and it has more schools than Kiharu. But
Jeff, maybe I just want to ask Vincent one thing as he goes. He's talking of the Constituency Development Fund, which I think those people should not be appointed by MP. They should be elected by members over there. Then maybe secondly, is it the role of an MP to manage CDF, or how do you rate an MP? What is the main roles, duties of an MP? Because I think there's a place I do feel Kenyans get it wrong. They vote people based on how CDF is managed, which is not among the roles of a member of parliament. And that is why if today we propose that we remove CDF, no MP will vote for that, because they know without CDF, less than 10 MPs will find themselves back in that parliament.
Sure. So I think Leo, I have had a problem with CDF because CDF itself has zero oversight. Nobody cares about how the money is being managed by them, because those people, as Leo put it, that is like giving a lion, I don't know, a chance to do what that quote that he used. Because the members of parliament campaign based on CDF money. They don't campaign based on any other thing. They don't tell you that they are going to make laws in parliament. They don't tell you that they are going to oversight the executive. They don't tell you that they are going to make laws that will favor you as Mwananchi. They are not telling you that I'm going to propose a certain bill. They tell you that I will make sure that your children will have free uniforms. They'll tell you that I'll make sure that this road from this side to this side is Maram is put well. I'll make sure that I change the roof of the school somewhere. I'll make sure that the chamas in the village are funded to run their operation. Those are the kind of manifestos these people run, and that's why when I was campaigning for Zahir, we tried and came up with a manifesto that was practical, that even resonated with people. We told the people things that at least for high scholars we are going to give them 10,000 bursary because their school fees is a bit higher than primary, and primary in fact is supposed to be free, and we give the 8,000 to universities. Those are the kind of things that we did. And of course, he tried and did that in the first year. I don't know what he's doing now. But I think as a member of parliament, the main thing you're supposed to campaign about is what you are going to do as a member of parliament. Because we know from the constitution that the roles of a member of parliament is to legislate laws in parliament, is to oversight the executive, is to, I don't know the other name of it, but I think those are the two main roles that we know. But the CDF is put there as a kitty that will keep those members of parliament oiled and loyal to the executive. Ni kama mtu anakupatia pesa na hii mkono ya left na anachukua na right. The executive uses that CDF money to manipulate these members of parliament, because you heard the other day that there are constituencies that get CDF earlier than the others, because these are those constituencies that are in line with the executive. You see, that's how the executive uses the CDF to manipulate these members of parliament. They make sure that when you visit, for example, you go to meet the president will promise you a road that was obviously going to be constructed in 2027 maybe. He promises you that I'm going to make sure that this road is built a bit earlier. Alafu ikifika huko karibu na uchaguzi, we delay it a bit so that when you go to campaign, you tell your people that we are going to complete this road where we started. You see, we built about 8 kilometers. There's about 3 more kilometers that when you elect me, I'll try and complete. That's the same thing our member of parliament did. They came with Matiang'i and Uhuru and opened a certain road project and built just a kilometer. And then when the campaigns got near, they started delaying the process. The contractors stopped coming to work. We used to see these people with the reflectors every day trying to sweep and also return the stones and throw them. They were doing nothing until the 2 weeks to election, when the construction began in a high pace. The people were there every day trying to construct very fast, so that we can see that the work is going on. But when we realized that this was just to lure us to vote for them, the people rebelled and rejected them. That's how the Kenyans are starting to behave. And that shows that the people are growing and the people are maturing. So I think the roles of members of parliament, I think, should be one of the things that when we get to parliament as these people this new generation that I know me and you have no support of Raila Odinga or Ruto. We can never have that support. Maybe if we join their party and we win the chance to get certificate. But it will be so difficult for you to win a certificate of ODM, and it will be so difficult for me to win a certificate of UDA based on the sitting or the incumbent member of parliament from your area. He might be at good blood with Raila, or he might be funding Raila Odinga's operations. He will give Raila Odinga 20 million. What will you give Raila Odinga for you to get a certificate? So such kind of things give us young and new people, new guys who want to join politics a problem. Wanasemanga we don't have a level playing field as a new blood in politics. We have to go through the process of losing until we subscribe to the system's conditions. Like if, for example, I get myself popular in my constituency right now, it will be the first agenda of the wanaitanga wale sweepers were president. Those sweepers of the president will tell William Ruto that this guy seems like a strong guy. Why don't we poach him and drop this guy? You see, that's how they run the operations. Their main agenda is to have a majority in parliament. They don't care about who gets elected. That's why the people like Sonko found themselves popular and got themselves in parliament. That's why the people who have in limelight, short people, and still are popular and trying to speak on behalf of Wananchi, because we don't even take time to look at the integrity of these people. We don't take chapter 6 seriously as a people. We just elect people because of electing them. So Leo, I think we are going to have a tough time, and I am already preparing myself for that. And I know campaigning for a seat of member of parliament is not a walk in the park. And we will meet maybe in your constituency once. You will come to my constituency to see how people are, and you realize that you better drop the ambition, but you just keep going because you have the ambition of changing these systems that were put in place by our colonial African colonial rulers, the likes of Kenyatta's and Moi. Those are the people who destroyed our politics because they based our politics in money and money and money. But for us, it's time for us to change. And for you to change this thing, you have to face these people and tell them the truth. Tell these people that I'm not coming here with money. You guys have raised me. You've been electing people based on money. But what happens after they get to office? You come here complaining that they've done this, they've done that, they've done this, they've done that. But when the election come again, you are again parading and singing
elect the same people and go back to the task of complaining, right?
Yes.
So let us give an opportunity to senior. I can see Pen Nyagaka amejiunga nasi kabla usingizi umshike. Nyagaka.
Leo habari ya jioni.
Mzuri sana.
Na huyu nani Machoka, wewe ni wapi? Nyaribari au Makitutu South?
Mimi ni mtu ya Nyaribari chache.
Nyumba gani?
Umutondo.
Mutondo mache.
Yeye Mutondo.
Uruarali.
Birongo.
Okay. That's a place we pass before we get to this town.
Dakika moja, are you people asking nyumba gani? You know, in my community, they'll ask you, literally translated ni mlango gani. So if you want to get somebody who've not been home, na umemuuliza mlango gani, like mlango yenu ni gani, atakwambia ni ya chuma, ni ambao, then that one, you know, no. This one.
Oh yeah, sure.
Huyu anakuambia namna hiyo leo, huyu anajificha, lakini huyu Machoka ni Mnyaribari hapana picha, anasema straight up.
Yeah.
Na mimi ni kutoka Jaguta Mwavoto.
That's where my mom comes from. That's Amariva. That's where my mom comes from, and I am sure I will get a good number of votes from that place.
Oh yeah. If Vincent Tong is not running, I mean, huyu Tong mwingine is not running.
Tongi, we schooled him. We taught him how not to win an election.
Yeah, alinifika karibu sana, alikuja kwangu when I lost my mom in February. Huyu Tong mwingine. Nyagaka. So it is very, very interesting. Lakini vitu ambavyo mnazungumza ni kweli vile Machoka anasema, we have to rethink the politics going forward. What has happened is that tumedanganywa for a long time. Na once unadanganywa, you keep repeating the same wrong things. Na hiyo ndio inaendelea. Yangu leo mimi nakwambiaga all the time, what are the regional commissioners doing? What are the who you are, what
you are earning salaries, duplication of duties.
Yeah, job. Exactly. Women rep ni ya nini? Women rep, kwa hivyo hawezi kunisaidia na I pay taxes so that she can get the job. Na hii kitu ilitoka the Scandinavian countries, when kwa hivyo Wamwere were there, waliona hii na yao ilikuwa different. Yao ilikuwa those politicians are the lowest class. Hata mtu analima hii mashishi ya kubari mtu is more respected than a politician. Sasa wakienda huku wakakopi hizo systems wakaleta kwetu, and they don't work at all. They are completely useless because mimi ni daddy ya wasichana wengi sana, but I raised them to realize that they can compete at any level, at any job. Lakini sio kwamba you have to be aware. It is what you have between your ears, not what you have between your legs, that should determine what kind of job you get and where you are going. So hiyo itatusaidia sana na any parliament ingawaje, you know, Raila and Ruto are ahead now, somebody else will beat them next time. Na ni ile ambao naambia watu, you know, Vincent, I mean Tongi, ndio, I mean nani Machoka, ndio tafanya watu wasikie vizuri ama vibaya. It is very, very important that we set our systems better than what we found it, better than the next person. Hiyo ndio itatusaidia tu peke yake. Huyu Buru ametoka, ningemwambia diti ya primary hapa America acheke sana. I brought my dad the second 2 times. I brought my dad here, and we were driving from somewhere, but my brother was driving and he was speeding, so the police stopped him. And wakati sasa huyu mzee, my dad alikuwa nyuma, akasema ile pesa ulinipatia jana niko nayo, simpatie huyo askari. So I called the police guy and I told him. He laughed so hard. He said, because of that old man, you guys can go. Hata ile karatasi alikuwa anaandikia my brother ticket ya kairarua, akacheka sana. But we have not got to that level, and we are really condoning some of the most corrupt systems in our country. Na tukifanya hivyo ndio tutasaidika. Na tusifanye hivyo hatuwezi kusaidika hata kidogo. We will only be complaining about this or that, and that is not even good. Yangu ni kuambia tu vijana, endelea hivyo mnaendelea. Machoka, you have my foot, endelea kabisa hiyo. And be very conversant to know that even if you take the most unpopular roads ahead, what wataona this is a true leader, and they will follow you, or they will not follow you. But it is very important that you take the positions you are taking right now, and it is clear. Now huyu nani unatema Simba atashinda, some of us are going to make very sure that he doesn't win. And first of all, he doesn't have any certificate. We have not even proved what he has.
What do you mean, Ben? What do you mean? Simba doesn't have what?
Certificates.
Academic credentials.
But between now and 2027 is a long time for him to get one. You've seen it happen.
He already got one from Jost.
Yeah. He has to explain that one first, Leo. Alafu ataleta hiyo ingine ambayo atapata genuine. Hakuna mtu anakataa mtu asipate hiyo genuine. Lakini huyu I was Machoka, nilikuwa huko kwetu Nyaribari chache. Alafu mimi naenda Kisii town. Ukienda huko amini kama Mwembe Tiara huwezi kupita. Kama mfie kinyesha kidogo. Na hiyo mashimba amini simbaneta inakaa kila mahali. And it was very disappointing. It was very disappointing, to say the least. Simbaneta ya nani?
Ya nani? You know,
Leo nilikuwa kwa uda ingine huko Nyasa, uda members for Ruto. Nilikuwa uliza, they are praising huyu Omolo, they are praising huyu Kenyuli sana. So I was asking them, what is are you guys doing about?
Okay, I normally want people to reason. We had this guy, the former PS Interior. How was he called? The one from Kirinyaga. Right?
Oru Ojode.
No, Kirinyaga, the former one.
Oh, Kibicho. Karanja Kibicho.
Karanja Kibicho. If you go to Kirinyaga, you'll find that most of the projects that people thought Waiguru did were done by the national government through the influence of Kibicho. He even built level 4 hospitals. So those are the questions that we are asking people like Omolo. What are you bringing? We want to see that Kisii Referral Hospital has been erected. It has been improved so that when you come here, you'll say that the president, with the people of Nyanza, we had a PS. The PS is able. The ministry that is mostly funded, I think the Ministry of Interior is having a lot of funds, and they can do. That is what Kibicho did. And most people people hated Kibicho, and Kibicho was so famous. He was not a politician, he was just a PS, but he used to do some development projects that made people think that he wanted to become a governor. And the people who were fighting him from the other end thought that he would become a governor, he would contest and join politics.
Leo, don't forget that our politicians are becoming content creators, and everything they do nowadays is for content creation. And I don't know who I think it should be made as America is right now, that once you are in this big position like Secretary of Defense, Secretary of whatever, Stop this content creation that these people are doing in public. They're just saying anything because they know that there's nothing that will happen to them. That's the problem I'm having. Of course, I like the way our members of parliament are turning into TikTok to even speak in those platforms. But they are spending numerous times, especially this Salasia guy. Salasia guy in every video is drinking. Salasia is drinking and telling people to stop drinking. What kind of leadership is that we are electing as people? What kind of Zaire Janda is busy posting dollars and showing people how many cars he has on TikTok. He's showing people he's driving a G-Wagon just a few days after owning a new V8. Another.
You have people like Salasia who, when got elected, they told people they were poor. So the story they can tell you that, you see, mimi kabla nikuwe mbunge sikuwa na gari, sasa angalia gari, angalia ingine. So
you see, those are the kind of things that are exciting even the people. And I wonder, when in my sober mind, a person who has gone through university and did around 58 units can come down and sit down and listen to Simbarati, who, you know, one thing about education, it will always show who you are. Whatever you've been taught in school, you have to apply it in public. People must see the business administration that you've done from JOST, unless you are discrediting your university and saying that JOST does not teach. Because doing mathematics and physics from Southeastern Kenya University in Kitui, right now I can go to a Form 4 class in Alliance High School and teach anybody and prepare him for KCSE. But can Simba Arati, a governor, demonstrate to us what education did to him? Can he, you know, that's one thing. That's the reason why I feel the education system of Africa is also failing us in a way. And we must also one day rethink the education system of Kenya. Because Sakaja is claiming to have done, I don't know, 2 degrees and 2 diplomas. I don't know diplomas. But whenever you see him do some things, you wonder whether he knows what he's doing. That's the thing I'm also seeing with our cabinet secretaries and our PSS and our members of parliament for that case. And I will still keep saying this. The problem of Kenya is lying in that building where Kenyatta is buried, the parliament. That building is the problem of Kenya. And the moment we sort out that problem, you see, for example, this building that is going to be commissioned tomorrow by the president, these Bunge Towers, this building has taken 11 years to be built. It has taken 9 billion to build such kind of a shady building that I entered it last year when it was almost approaching completion. That building has been inflated. That building could only cost a maximum of 1.5 billion.
But the members are saying they don't want to go to the building because it was done it is substandard. Some rooms are not having network and such kind of things. Yet it has costed Kenya a lot of money. Now they don't want it. The Bunge Towers. It's really so sad how Kenyans can throw money like that.
Leo, I'm confirming to you that I've been in that building. The offices are worse than what KICC is. KICC is worse. But the building, that the rooms that have been built as offices in KICC, in that Bunge Towers, are small for those members of parliament. They want to put those people like school children, and in case of a calamity and in case of a problem, we get that substandard building bombed, maybe God forbid, bombed by these people. We're going to kill so many people. We can't risk putting 262 or 300 members of parliament in such kind of a building. We can't risk do that. We must be sensitive as a nation. I think this issue of building offices for these members of parliament is one way of also increasing and putting corruption in one corner and making sure that these people strategize on how to steal more together. Because when they are together, they will plan how to steal each other from the public together. They should allow these members to hire private offices and let those private offices set the price for these members of parliament. Because otherwise, these people are getting office allowances, they're getting house allowances, they're getting car allowances, they're getting fuel allowances. What else does Kenyans have to do with building them another office so that they can keep getting house allowances, office allowances, and everything that there is? Because those offices come with a lot of things, especially the makalamu, the internet that you mentioned, the computers, the office appliances, chairs, tables, and hiyo chai wanasemanga hiyo chai inakwanga hapo every day. Those things comes at an expense, and now they have inflated the price from 1.5 billion to 9 billion, and the building has not only taken too long, it has taken 2 governments now and 3 parliaments to be actualized. 3 parliaments. In fact, the 4th one, it was begun, I think, when Uhuru was getting to power, and this Uhuru exited power, and this William Ruto now, they are going to commission this building. That's corruption from, and I think the president tomorrow must address that issue. I'm waking up very early to wait for that speech, because if they don't speak about what happened in that building, the Kenyans should start preparing to undermine and stone that building very soon, because we cannot keep on. I am going to run for member of parliament next time, and I'm supposed to be sitting in that parliament, and I expect any sober member of parliament will be planning to ask questions to those people who have been building. The Parliamentary Service Commission that was in charge of the financing, they should be asking those questions, because this is a way that these members have mastered wanaiba pesa. They use those loopholes of building some things, they inflate the prices. That's what happened with SGR and Expressway. Expressway was budgeted at, I don't know, 69 billion. But when Uhuru was building it, it was inflated by about 21 billion, and it got to 90 billion. And you wonder, where was that 20 billion and where is it now? Because you've seen Expressway imekuwa muto, water is stagnant. You saw the other day the vehicles were even getting turned away by water, because that thing is created in a way like it looks like a river. So I think as a people, we should now start asking these questions and be firm when we ask the questions, because Kenyans have mastered this art of asking questions 3 years prior to elections, and 1 year to elections. Unaona Vincent ameanza kuvaa kofia ya yellow, Yo is wearing a orange kofia, and we become enemies. Even if we start speaking bad about each other, that we ana support Ruto kwa sababu amekula pesa yake, na wewe unasahau umevaa kofia ya Raila, and because you are supporting me because if you are tribesman, because is your whatever, is your relative. That's the problem we have as a people, and dealing with that problem, Leo, is going to be a problem. And we need some people like us who believe that we can change this world, we can change this country. Sorry, we need 47 people to run for governor, people who have credentials that we can see. Mimi na Leo, who are classmates at the University of Nairobi, maybe we know he's done mathematics, we know this guy has done actuarial science, we know this guy. At least when you are called to go and defend yourself at the Senate, you have a point. Because Simbarati was sweating the other day trying to put a point across that is very obvious that he has not brought the documents, but he's trying to look for documents that are not there in the file, trying to buy time. That's the thing that we were taught in university. Whenever you're seeing your student in class, the delaying to answer the question and pretending to be understanding the question, or pretending not to be hearing what you're saying, you're just wasting your time. That's what they are doing. They are buying time and wasting our time. So I think, Leo, in this country, the topic of corruption is one topic that we can never end, and the topic of hiyo maneno ya academic credentials, that topic of who qualifies to be what, that thing must be the thing that afadhali mimi nichukiwe na wananchi, but I'll try to push for that thing when I get elected. I'll make sure that we don't elect to office people who are incompetent, people who doesn't know what education is, the people who use money to acquire certificates so that they can get a chance to be in office. Because that's the problem here. Because I think if the government is honest, 90% of the people who work in those government offices have no original certificates. They don't have certificates that qualify them. The people who are qualified are in Nyanza here. The people who are qualified are somewhere in Kirinyaga doing farming. The people who are qualified, in fact, by this is one thing I want to tell you about corruption that got me angry the other day, and I decided that I'm never going to that shop again. There's a woman here around town where we purchase our house stuffs. That woman, one day I asked her, she's a Luo, but I told her to always not talk about politics when she's doing business, because that will chase away some people who want to promote her business. But because I love politics, I usually try to update her on what is going on. So the other day I told her, why haven't you enrolled on ATIMS? ATIMS is that system, you understand it, that we all digitize our taxation, especially these shop owners and these kiosk owners, so that as you pay your taxes, you just file your returns online. That will be easy for you to do better, other than giving these people cash money, or they come to your office with to pick receipts or stuff. She told me that she prefers that because she doesn't have to pay taxes. She just need to give these people some cash. Now they write for them that receipt, and it's done. And I told her, do you think that's the right thing to do? Because wewe unga unatuuzia 180. And the moment we try to complain, una complainia serikali. But whenever I'm telling you to just pay your fair share, as we are doing, we are paying our fair share as Kenyans by promoting your business and paying highly as 180 and 65 for a bread. When you are taking, you're buying one piece of bread for 50 something shillings or 40 something shillings, but you are selling to us and we are not complaining. But when we are telling you to just enroll on those ATMs and pay your fair share of tax as a Kenyan, you are complaining that it's too much. But for you, you are exploiting us, the people. And I think we might be looking at the problems from the wrong angle. And the problems are not the government. The problems are these business owners and these people who got a privilege to have companies in Kenya. These are the people who are leading corruption in this country. These are the people who are not paying taxes. That's why we are having a problem and we are borrowing too much money day in, day out to try and service our budgets. You see, Leo. But when we get a chance to be elected, and I hope that one day God will give us a chance to sit in that House of Parliament, let's not change. Let's not be changed by circumstances. Let's not be changed by money, because there are people who've changed, and I'm shocked. I never expected those people to get changed ever again, because the people like Jalas is a person who's come from poverty and is a person who should be fighting for people. Of course, I know he's trying to do that, but you know, the people of Langata, also the politics of Langata has a way you should manage it. And I expected Jalas to be someone who is quick enough to read what the people want, as much as you want to do these developments, as much as you want to have money. Because, and again, Leo, there's one thing about legacy that we forget to speak about. Have you ever asked yourself, what is the legacy of a politician? How many hotels do you own? How many buildings do you own? How many real estate buildings do you own? Those are the questions we ask. Like Tongi, when Tongi was alianguka kura last year, but one. You know the thing that was going on around the Nairobi Church constituency. Tongi mwenyewe has not even built a house in Kisii. Tongi hajajenga hata barabara ya kuenda kwao. Tongi hajajenga hata hospitali ya kwao. Tongi ana hata hoteli moja Kisii. The Kenyans wants to see what you've done with your looted money. They don't even ask where you get the money to build. They just want to know what have you done with your looted money, and that's what they care most. They don't even care whether you got the money genuinely. They don't. But Tony had built so many things in Nairobi, especially these apartments and hotels. He had done that during the 10 years he was in office, and the people didn't know that. They were focusing on why is he not doing it in Kisii. So some of the people voted him out because they thought he's a poor manager. He was using his money to entertain, I don't know which people or women or stuff. There are people who believe that you must use your money, you must use the corruption money in a certain way they want you to use it. If we have given you a chance to be elected, make sure you steal money and invest where we can see you have invested your looted money. We support corruption. And that's why I said here last time, whenever you are being given an ID when you turn 18, your second or your surname should be changed from what you are called, and it's written corruption. For example, my name should be Vincent Corruption Machoka, because we support corruption and we are okay with corrupt officials when we don't care. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. Maybe we are winding up. Of course, it's some few minutes to 4 a.m. East African time, and we've been here for more than 5 hours. I know you might not realize because the conversation was so interesting. So, Pen Nyagaka, maybe your closing remarks and final word as we close up this conversation till next time. That is still today in the evening, because already I don't want to talk us tomorrow. You're already on 25th.
Okay. Leo, asante sana. Unajua kwa hii show yako mimi napenda sana kuja huku kwa sababu wewe ni mtu ya ODM na mimi unajua ni mtu ya UDA, lakini tunakutana katikati na tunaendelea kutoka hapo. Na huyu nani Machoka kuja hapo, hiyo hiyo mama yako ndiye alikuja na hiyo jina Machoka. Hiyo inapatikana mahali inaitwa gari Malibuche. Ndio hiyo name Machoka comes from. So I know where you must have got it from. But to cut a long story short, vijana yangu ni mzuri sana kusikiza vile mnasema, na hiyo parliament sasa nyinyi yote that's the age that you need to go there. Sasa wengine tumepita hiyo. Machoka sisi tunataka kuuliza huyo gavana wetu huko Kisii, na mimi niko na makaratasi na hata college yangu iko kama miaka 200 ndio nitaleta hiyo makaratasi. Lakini let us conclude that it is not necessarily lazima kila mtu awe na degree. It is not.
Yeah, sure.
Because there was a time okay, personally I came here through my father. If my father wasn't well known in nini connection, singepata hiyo degree. Now there are 90% of my friends that never got a degree, but they have better leadership qualities. Wametengeneza mashule, wametengeneza societies, the watu wanalipa pesa every day. So let us have a debate that is higher than hiyo mtu ambaye ana karatasi ya PhD in economy, math, anajua nini other than hiyo sababu yake? What is the common sense of that person? So that let us have a really good debate, and it's not necessarily like you were popular this time. That's how leaders are born. Leaders, Machoka, ni kuzungumza kitu ambao watu watafollow, sio kuacha watu yani useme watu waende hapa alafu ufuate. That's not leader. That's a lost person. Kwa hivyo leadership ni having a very good quality ideas na useme na watu watasikiza. There was a guy who was for elections in 2013, ule kutoka Northeastern, alikuwa kama Msomali. He beat people like Kalua because he was talking exactly what the people were thinking about every day. Every common person thinks like you, like me, like Machoka. They think the same way. They wonder, why would I do this? Why should I have to pay this? Hiyo corruption yote mnasema. Hiyo pesa ambao wajumbe wanapatiwa alafu wanaenda kulipa watu. That's not their job. This is not the Robinson. Hapo ndio mimi nasema Machoka ni kwamba that CDM should really be cancelled. Either the court has refused. The job of a legislator is to legislate, not social welfare. Hiyo ni social welfare ndio wanataka kudistribute hiyo pesa kidogo alafu watu wawashike, waheshimu alafu waendelee mbele. No. Ni sheria gani umeweka? For example, now in Nairobi there is a mfuriko ya maji. For the last 60 years, there was no parliament. There was nobody passing laws as to how we can decongest the city, how we can make this and that work. Unaona kama huyu aliyekuwa governor ya Kiambu ndio wanaweka kwa machi ya Nairobi. To do what? Kushindwa kwa kuwa governor, na hii ni watu walikuwa wanafukuza watu kwa mabarabara kwa nini na nini alafu wanawafollow. That's how the leadership qualities that we had from the Moi era that right? Kibaki tried to change, but he wouldn't able to change it because there wasn't enough time. Na Kenyatta came back and followed the Moi era. And this guy, Leo Vilo Mesjoa, nikuambiaga sana, even when I was at home, I talked to you in February. The only thing that has really, really disappointed me and that made me even want to leave Uda, the corruption. Corruption sio ile ya juu, ile machache ambao wana destroy. Corruption ya mtu kidogo, corruption ya barabara, corruption ya police station. Unaenda lazima upewe pesa fulani alafu watakupatia gari au watakutumia mtu aende kuona huyu mtu alikuwa ana usa samba yako. Corruption is everywhere. That is why I tell you, Rio, that bottom-up economics I used to preach for you guys, even before last year, I don't preach that anymore because there is no way Kenya can develop with corruption being that high. No way. Nikama, you are sending water to the river, but you are opening the holes along the way. You imagine the West Gwenda. So let us really be very careful what we say and say what we mean. and let us, nyinyi wawili kama mnasema mnakuwa members of parliament, hiyo I will support fully, na kwamba leo vile nilisema unasikiza kila mahali. That is the best way to be, and you try to convince those that don't even follow you. Those that follow you, they are easy to convince, but then those that don't follow you, if you convince one of them, you have confused 5 or 10. If you don't convince this one person, you have lost 10 or 20. So you guys do what you have to do. Kama huwezi kushinda leo, ushinde kesho, lakini huwe na ukweli ya kwamba exactly the words you were saying is what you are going to do. Hiyo tu ndio nitakwambia, na leo I will always follow you. I will always come to your show kwa sababu wewe unanionyesha heshima, na ile unajua huyu mtu anasema kutoka hapa na unishambulia sana, ingawaje unasema maneno yako, that's okay. That's good. That's democracy. You know, you don't have to agree 100% with each other so that you can respect each other. No. Hiyo tu ndio mimi nitakwambia vijana, nyinyi endelea. This is your age. This is your time. Machoka kwenda kwa punge. When Anyona them were there, when Tom Mboya were there, Tom Mboya was killed after he was 39 years old. He must have gone there when he was 29. Na nyinyi mkijiangalia mtapata mmepita hiyo miaka. So this is the time you guys gotta make a mark, and we really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Bichage was supposed to be from your area, he never made it, but kuna wengine make it kama huyu Mandu.
Getting an ODM certificate. Getting an ODM certificate is always not guaranteed. Getting an ODM certificate is always never guaranteed, and you have to be
personally, wacha nikujibu hiyo, just 1 second please, Machoka. Wacha nikuambia kwamba even before 2017, hiyo 2022 elections, my brothers walikuwa wananiambia niwe, you know, before Saheli nini lazima niwe kwa ODM, na nikawaambia I will never be confident in ODM. So even my own brothers wananiambia, if you don't get that, you are not going to win here. But my point really wambia, and I from the other corner you brought it up, ni kwamba your position is your position. You don't, kama huyu Monda, when he followed Darati, we knew he was following him so that he can win. But where have he gone? He has not taken him anywhere. So just follow your policy. Mimi nikiuliza nitauliza kama UDA. Nishinde, that is immaterial. The ideas that you have is exactly what they're going to be. But if you change the podium, you can change it right now. If you could have said in Kenya, but even if you come now, he's damaged. I could have changed the podium because of the corruption that I saw in Kenya, Leo. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also a UDA person, Mr. Nyagaka, and that shows that in Kisii we embrace democracy, and we have diversity in politics. So, Leo, should I make my closing remarks so that?
Okay, make your closing remarks. Go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you so much for today. I've missed this show so much. I've really missed this show, and I don't know where Mzalendo went. I hope he'll join us soon so that we keep also educating people. This thing has given me political mileage. Let me tell you, you might think that these people are not watching these things, but I tell you, I'm very close to these people in government, and they usually follow what we say. And I usually share this link to these groups sometimes. When I get the link in time before I join, you know, I use my phone most of the time. When my laptop is not helping me doing what I do best, doing research and trying to read some facts, I usually share these links to these people, and they usually comment and appreciate what we do. And they always encourage me. If I want to do this, they tell me do this and this and this and this, because you know there are people who understand the politics itself. We might be doing this game, but there are things that we need to also understand as young people, that when you get into politics, there are things you might say now that will come to incriminate you in the future. So that's one thing I said about Babu Wino. Babu Wino had a very good let's say a shining star. But you know, if you look for those alumni who are in UN when Babu Wino was president, UN can tell you about the number of assassinations and killings that were happening during his tenure as president. People were being drowned in swimming pools. My brother was among the people who were part of the campaigns of Babu Wino's presidency, and he told me that the kind of intimidations that guy was using, and one day those kind of things will arise when he start. You know, normally these things arise when you raise your head above, say above waters, when you start showing signs of going for these big seats. That's when the people start giving out facts about what you do. You saw the other day a tweet about what Murkomen said, I think in 2015, that is being followed up until now. So whatever we say as the young people, let's not forget that there are people who are watching this clip and maybe screen recording, so that whenever we change, they will remind you that you once were this person. You see, that's why I think Nyagaka has told us a very, very important point. As we say something, let's say what we mean, and let's mean what we say, because that's the only way we are going to change this country. We might be president and deputy president one day in the future, or we might be president and I be a minister but again, you're not supposed to be choosing me as minister because you know me. You're supposed to choose me as minister for education because you believe that what I used to stand for is what I'm going to bring in your government. Don't reward me as a loyalist. Of course, that's one way of managing politics, but don't reward me, Leo, because you believe that I'm going to shift the narrative against you. I'm going to be a leader campaign against you in the next elections. Let our politicians stop looking at, am I gonna get re-elected in the next election? Because that's the reason why most of the people loot a lot. That's why most of the people focus on building wealth, so that in case they get chased out of power by the people, they have at least something to show for it. That's why I say even the Kenyans are supporting corruption. They are telling you, ingia ibe haraka haraka, tukikutoa ikue ushatengeneza mali. That's how the Kenyans are reasoning. And I hope that during our time, we are going to even change this CDF thing, so that this CDF does not have to be something that members of parliament do. Let this fund be there maybe for the constituency. The board of the constituency be put in place that will be running such kind of things, because those are a lot of money. That's a lot of money that is being sent to members of parliament that we don't even oversight. There's nobody who even audit that money. Sometimes I'm told that towards the elections, these people make sure they empty the bank accounts from the CDF dockets. Like wanamaliza kila kitu ndio akiingia aende kuanza tena fresh. That's the kind of leaders we have. There's no leader who wants the money to go back to national government or to the treasury. They want to make sure that once the 145 million has been put into the bank account, it's emptied to a cent, even if there's nothing you did with the money. They try and create fake bursaries. That's what Tong used to do. Tong used to write bursaries for loyalists. They write 10 bursaries to every individual, and then you are told to go and sell those bursaries and give the member. I give Tongi, I think, half of the money. I don't know. There's a way they used to do it, and there are people who know how it used to happen, and they told us, and those are the kind of things we used against Tongi in the last campaigns. So those are the strategies that various members of parliament do, and because they know if a president goes after CDF, they are going to make his life unbearable. They are going to make his life very, very difficult. They are going to oppose his bills. You saw what happened to Uhuru when Uhuru tried to chase or to fight William Ruto. Those members who are loyal to him turned against him. And if Raila could also have turned against Uhuru and keep on talking about the corruption that Uhuru has done, we could have had the first impeachment of a president in this country. But you know what Raila did? Raila sided with government. They even now formed a supermajority in parliament. It became a problem to even impeach a governor. It became a problem to even oversight the county governments. That's when most of the governors looted a lot of money. The likes of Oparanya, they were giving money to their loyal members and their family members. That's how the likes of Sonko, who were not affiliated to the coalition of Uhuru and Raila, got impeached. So I think the problem of Kenya, we can sort it as the people who are going to be elected in the future. And the only way we are going to do it is not to see change. Let Leo not be my enemy because I'm not going to support your favorite candidate in 2027. We might meet in parliament, but because I was elected by ODM and you were elected by UDA, we start being enemies and we are just working for the people who elected us. So I think, Leo, let's pray for each other and let's keep educating our people. Let's not get tired of spreading this message that corruption is the worst cancer more than anything in this country. Corruption is the worst thing that ever happened to Africans, and that's the reason why we will keep suffering and suffering. That's why problems like town planning will keep being a problem, because there are people who are living in Kibra. Their job is to just stay in Kibra. There's nothing they're doing there. There's nothing there. There's no hawachangi kitu yote kwa uchumi ya Kenya. They're just there, wasemekane kutoka kijijini, they are living in the city. You see, there are people who live in Nairobi just for the sake of living in Nairobi. I personally don't have any appetite, and I've never liked Nairobi. I prefer to be in Homa Bay. I prefer to be in Kisumu. I prefer to be in Kisii, because I love the highlands that are in this place. I love the green environment that we have. But there are people who just go to Nairobi because they want to go to Nairobi. Wajulikane kutoka kwa kijiji yao, wanakaa Nairobi. That's not the kind of reasoning that we should be having. We should be having people fighting to develop the villages. In fact, if I had money and if I had influence today, I'll be telling people to invest in Homa Bay. I'll be telling people to invest across the lake, because right now, your retirement home should be having that view of the lake. When you are in your house, you're just watching the lake. You're just watching maybe the green environment in Kisii. You should be thinking of investing away from Nairobi, so that we start developing the rural areas. Let these big supermarkets that we have in Nairobi come to the village. Let these big malls that we see in Nairobi come to the village. Let these international schools, because the reason why some of these people live in Nairobi is because their kids, they want their kids to learn English. They want their kids to know how to speak this good fluent English. They want to take them to Nairobi so that wakuwe na hiyo jina that my kids know how to speak English. And that's how we are going to kill also the culture of Africanism, because we are focusing too much in teaching our students how to speak good English, and we are forgetting to teach.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote.
I wish to end my remarks there, Leo, and wish everybody a good night, those who are going to sleep. And I think tomorrow I'll be here again to discuss about other things. Good night, and see you again.
Thank you so much for those wonderful remarks. And from this end, what I can say is thank you so much, everybody, for watching this video. And those people who don't subscribe, kindly ensure that you subscribe to Afrique, so that whenever we are live, you get notified and you participate in this conversation. So from this end, I want to wish you good morning, good evening, and good night from wherever you are. Thank you until we meet again in the evening.
Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Tunasonga mbele watu wote wa Jamhuri Kenya yetu. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Mwaka wa 60 umefika, tangu Kenya iwe huru. Haya sisi sote wananchi tushangilie. Eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Eko Jamhuri, sote eko Jamhuri, eko Jamhuri Kenya yetu yaenda mbele. Kweli twaenda mbio, Kenya yaenda mbele. Kwa elimu kweli yavutia, tunajivunia Kenya nchi yetu, kweli yapendeza, kweli yavutia. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Ziwa la Victoria linaunganisha Kenya na Uganda, Kenya na Tanzania. Fika Mombasa, mito wa bahari, ogelea maji, jua tamu kuota. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu. Kenya nchi yangu nitaitoloza, nitailinda maishani mwangu.
PPMC Production.
Tushangilie Kenya, taifa letu tukufu, Kenya tunayoipenda, Kenya nchi tunayoipenda.
Jomo Kenyatta is the father of the African nationalism and the African national movement in this country.
But surely you're all rather more advanced than he is in your thinking about politics. Wouldn't he embarrass you if he was really let go now?
We cannot in any sense be more advanced than our teacher and master, whom I think is much more advanced in political outlook in this country than we are. We are still just in the stages of learning politics from him. It should be a party of collective responsibility rather than a party of personalities. Kenya must evolve a system of safeguarding interest of all wananchi throughout the country. I should also like to stress that these coming party elections should not be based on tribal grouping, regional or administrative boundaries. Our efforts to keep Kenya united would be meaningless if we were to base our decision on ethnic considerations. Individual candidates should be judged by their qualities and ability to perform their duties to the party. In approaching Kenya